great to have both of you with us today.
Happy to be here. Yeah, glad we could finally make this work. I know we've got a lot juggling with kids' schedules and whatnot, but
Yeah. Well, obviously very busy for me, but Rachel, you're also a new mom settling into that new role as well. So thank you for taking the time today. So Rachel, I want to bring the first story and talk about here out to your neck of the woods. It's interesting that the town of Westlock, which is a pretty small community north of Edmonton, they recently voted to ban pride flags and rainbows from the club. So we've all seen this phenomenon creep up in recent years. They love to splatter this flag like everywhere they can. It's all over sidewalks. 10 years ago, you used to see these crosswalks equal like a gay neighborhood in Toronto or Vancouver, and somehow it's just like now it's everywhere. You see them in the suburbs, you see them in small towns. Basically, I think every school and every municipality in Canada flies this flag for the month of June, sometimes even longer. This one community has decided that they've had enough. We're talking about a town of 4,800 people, and they had a plebiscite, and they just voted no. 51% in favor of banning these things, and I guess the rest were opposed. So, Rachel, what's your take on this news story?
Yeah, it is pretty funny. Westlock is a town north of Edmonton. It's about 1 hour north of Edmonton. Just a small little place, super, cute, like just a small little town. The person behind this initiative was actually Peterson. She's a huge organizer at the freedom movement, pretty well known here in Alberta, and does some work out west generally as well. So when she initially started on this, people were making fun of her. No one thought that it was going to pass to be successful. I believe she also ran for Westlock City Council and wasn't successful in that effort. But, continued with this efforts to ban pride flags on sidewalks and things like that. And it passed. And I think everyone was pretty shocked. People definitely didn't see that coming. But I think that just speaks to what you can accomplish.
You think you thought we had a kid because I said, it's okay, Jack.
I'm sure there's people in Westlock.
Thought our kid was on Jack?
No, I don't think so.
And people on the other side who are working hard to have their objectives accomplished.
Love you, pretty face.
Love you.
She's been organizing for lots of rallies across the province. She's definitely good at bringing people out, and that's what we started.
You're so
Westlock,
lazy.
who opposed
What?
A Power
They have
Rangers.
to walk across.
Always laying down.
A way of showing support for the trans movement, because that's really what Pride has become about. It's not just about gay rights. It's really about trans rights nowadays. They absolutely hijacked that whole movement. So, people came out and voted in.
You bullying my dog?
So I think it's a pretty funny story, and congrats to on having that pass.
Yeah, it's funny, and Harrison, I'll let you jump in a second, but originally for the rainbow flag,
Thank you.
Inclusiveness towards gay people, and it was actually like not an ugly flag, right? It's just like kind of a beautiful flag. Like my kids love rainbows, it's like all the beautiful colors. And then a couple years ago, the flag itself just kind of, I don't know, it just went crazy, and they started adding these different symbols and different things. So I think there's now like a trans component, a Black Lives Matter component. I think there's a First Nations component. So every time there's like a big woke scandal,
I didn't know that.
for this flag,
We have
and
beef.
more.
Yeah, we have a lot of beef.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of beef.
That's
true.
Yeah, I think the flag can just keep evolving until the point where it's just unrecognizable. They've got every sort of leftist symbol on there somewhere. But the reality is, this flag is everywhere. You can't live in Canada without seeing it basically every day. It's on every public school in Ontario. Basically any small town in Ontario, they've got these pride crosswalks. I'm surprised they even let it go to a plebiscite, but I think this is the way to go. If you put this to a vote in small towns across the country, I guarantee you that if Canadians know what's happening, they're going to vote against it. So let the plebiscites happen. Let the people decide what they want. My family spends a lot of time in Thornton, which is a smaller town, about 2 hours north of Toronto, and they have these pride crosswalks all over the town, and they've got these tire marks through these pride crosswalks. We were told that that's actually a hate crime if you burn your tires over the pride crosswalk. That happens all the time. So, I don't know what kind of respect it shows to the pride, if you want to call it that, by having them on the ground so cars can drive over them and
Yeah, I agree.
walk over them. But hey, regardless, put this to a vote. I promise the Canadians will vote against this if they have a chance to. It's just not going to fly.
I think you're right, and I don't think that it's like a deep-seated sign of homophobia. I don't think that people in Westlock voted against it because they hate gay people or anything like that. I think they're just tired of this stuff being shoved down our throats. So one of my favorite over on X. There's this account called End Wokeness, and they shared a clip of a guy basically doing everything he could to avoid having to step on these. You can see they painted some stairs there, and the guy is like pulling himself up the pole in the center to avoid having to step on this thing. And the caption said, "This dude."
That's hilarious.
So I think that there's something broader.
What?
You got a house for another year.
I know, we live here. That's really funny. So there's a guy who has an account that's like dedicated to him avoiding on the gay pride flag. So like, you know how like Palais de Congrès and places like that, there's like those sets of stairs, like the cement stairs, like multiple sets. Apparently, yeah, they painted a whole set of stairs. Like, and this guy is like on the bar, like the hand bar, like going up the stairs on the hand bar, trying to not step on it.
Wow.
That's just really funny. But like to have a whole channel dedicated to not fucking stepping on fucking pride flags, like, and they're very much right. They like as far as I knew, that's a hate crime. Stepping on a flag is a hate crime. So like I don't understand why you would put a pride flag on the ground. Like that's what I do at that crosswalk every time I step over it. Like
It's not an official flag.
yeah, it's very much being used as a political advertisement. Like but and it's true. They very much like basically commandeered the whole gay pride concept, and now it's solely like about trans problems, like which are not the same thing at all.
The game is down, right? Nobody's dogging it anymore.
Oh really?
It's the third day I haven't seen chicken.
Oh no way. Oh really? That's sad.
They're all starting a new game called L Divers,
Okay.
and it's still on PlayStation 4.
What's it on?
PlayStation 5.
Ugh.
I'm like, fuck you guys.
Well, that's what I have with PlayStation 4 too.
A small town in northern Alberta, where people are they're just bloody sick of this stuff rammed down our throats. Rachel, is that your feeling as well, or do you disagree?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think depending on the municipality or the city where this is being voted on, we're going to see different results. Obviously, in this case, like I said, I think it came down to the organizing. We did see something similar happen in Norwich, Ontario, a few years ago. The City Hall of Norwich is a very conservative area. It's a very Christian area, and I know there's a high number of Reformed individuals who live there. And the city council would actually pass something that on Crown land, or you can't raise flags that are not Canadian flags. And they did actually backtrack on that following backlash. They said people of the town can request specific flags to be raised, and they included the Pride flag as one of the flags that they were able to raise, along with the Netherlands flag, because there is a high amount of Dutch people living there. So, you know, it was an effort that they tried, and I think they sort of withered under the backlash. I do think if you're going to implement these types of policies, then at least have the backbone to stand on it following. But I guess the dichotomy there is that it was city council that passed it. As you mentioned, it was actually people coming in to vote for this plebiscite. So slightly different there, but you know,
I don't think you need to make a decision and be like, oh, that's my decision.
But if you're gonna say something, think it through before you say it, and then stand your ground up. Don't apologize to people getting upset. That's exactly what they want. We're never gonna accomplish anything in this country.
I disagree with that strongly.
But this whole thing about raising other flags that are not the Canadian, and I'm just sick of it. Like, there's no reason for a government building to raise a foreign flag, Canadian flag, whatever. I don't understand.
No, you're
Why
ignorant. You're fucking
never been
ignorant.
the case. In any previous time, in any previous era.
Really? Because, like, I'm pretty sure the West is made up of immigrants, you fucking dipshit.
Matters flag on public schools. You know, foreign flags. Why can't the Canadian flag? I know it's clear.
I just slap the fucking stupid off your face. Like,
values at this point. It's just strange to me that
it's strange to me. Well, that's because you're
You're
ignorant.
right. Like the idea behind the Canadian flag is that it represents all of us, and
That's not
within
it,
that,
though.
we're all included in it. So it's a flag that is there to unite us. That is the purpose of a flag. It's the purpose of national symbols. And instead, you know, especially
Yeah,
in
but
the
people
aftermath of
don't-
the Unmarked Grave story,
If
where all the Canadian
you're Native
flags
American, I'm sure you don't feel represented by the Canada flag.
were down at half staff, and then instead you saw them flying these rainbow flags, which I mean I understand that they fly them to make people feel welcome and comfortable or safe or whatever they say, but it actually is quite a divisive flag because not everybody agrees, not everybody feels a part of that, right? Like you have a flag that's divided up, so it represents gay people, it represents trans people, it represents First Nations people, it represents Black people, but it doesn't represent the rest of us. And in some ways it's like a big middle finger at the rest of us, and yet we're supposed to like honor. Final comment on this. Harrison, you mentioned about how you see tire marks, and I've seen videos of this where trucks kind of purposefully create black tire skids on these crosswalks because again they're sick of it. It reminds me, it's almost the opposite way of looking at it. But in Iran, what the government does, like so Iran hates the United States, they hate Israel. It's like they're avowed.
Wonder why.
And so they'll paint large American flags and Israeli flags on the sidewalk so that people have to walk over those flags because it's seen as such a sign of disrespect to the country to have someone tread on the flag. And it's interesting because these clips come up and you can see how students, in defiance of the Iranian regime, will go to like great effort to avoid stepping on the flags because they actually like America and they actually like Israel. And the country that they don't like, the country that they hate, is their own country. They hate their own government. And so they do exactly the opposite of what the government expects. And so in that clip, if it continues to play, you'll see that students were kind of like walking around it, walking along the edge to avoid stepping on the flag itself. So it's like the opposite, right? In Canada, we show like that we love gay people by putting their flag on a crosswalk, which then we all step on and we drive across. Whereas in Iran, that would be seen as like a huge sign of disrespect towards that community. I just find that like an interesting perspective, even maybe on like I don't know the honor that we show to a country, our own country, or lack thereof. Final word to you, Harrison.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just shows you that this whole ideology is simply about ramming it into people's faces, forcing everyone to just accept it, and not allowing anybody to disagree. If you disagree with wanting to see the pride flag on a university campus on a crosswalk, you're some sort of homophobe. You're a transphobe. It's all about that imagery. The imagery is important, and the left, the very radical left, know that. That's why they're forcing it on people. And I guess it's just the difference between the East and the West, right? The different mindset. But the reality is, the radical left know exactly what they're doing. They use imagery to their advantage, And this is
Hey,
this is an
Yeah.
example of
Love
it.
you.
This
I love
is
you.
what we accepted.
Yeah, forcing me down our throats. Well, speaking of all of this sort of trans mayhem and craziness, Rachel, you flagged a story you wanted to talk about. Dylan Mulvaney, who is a famous, I guess, popular, infamous influencer, I guess you call him. He's a male who used to be a Broadway star, and then he decided, he woke up one day and decided to be a woman, and he sort of had showcasing his
Okay.
journey into womanhood, I guess.
But it usually is clean.
Basically, his journey into womanhood.
It usually is clean.
It was so.
I've got it on my clothes for 2 days.
I'm a woman. I cried 7 times today, or whatever he was saying.
I don't know.
And
I think you're more bothered by it than I am.
Bud Light, conservatives.
I think you're more bothered by it than I am.
Yeah, because it's always me. You know, break up
Light
love.
for
It's like
having
kind of
this
insulting
trans
my wife
figure.
that you're not.
Oh, it's fine.
The face of the movement.
I'm
And,
honestly,
now
I'm not
Dylan
heartbroken
Mulvaney's
over it.
back. He was on the cover of Forbes.
I don't let you know
And I guess
how
his
broken
name-
He's just being a landlord giving shit.
Under 30.
to give shit.
So
Like-
Rachel, I'll let
Like,
you
in one
take over
sentence,
this.
you guys are disgusting. In the
Yeah,
other
super
sentence,
silly.
I'm
He
a
absolutely
cheap box. Can I have that show?
Yeah, right?
Sort of frolicking. And
Like, I'm really not heartbroken over it.
And then sees a bug, and he's talking about how afraid of the bug he is. Just
You
an
wanna sound
absolute
susceptible?
caricature of what it is to be a woman, of course. So this story has been kind of going around
That's
online
an
now that he's
example.
been named one of the 30 under 30 influential people. And Mark Cuban came out in his defense and said, let's not try to cancel him, and said his views aren't, harmful or dangerous. And here he is. His quote was, how about you just let people live their own lives and stop trying to cancel people? So, of course, Dr. Jordan Peterson saw this and had to weigh in, and it became a big thing online. And I just couldn't help but notice the story and people coming to his defense and saying, well, don't try to cancel him. This is not somebody who is trying to live a private life. This is somebody who really wants the attention. He really wants to be in the public eye. He wants to be somebody. And he obviously wasn't finding a lot of success through any actual merit or skills. So he decided to find that success in becoming a caricature of what it is to be a woman with his ridiculous TikTok posts. And he's absolutely desired and craved all of the attention that he's gotten. And so it's absolutely fair that we would be able to comment on this and comment on how really disgusting and how evil it is, what he's doing. And of course, the way that he's misleading young girls. He has a huge following of preteen girls who are often commenting about his body and about how skinny he is. Of course, he's very thin. He doesn't have the body of a woman. He doesn't have curves. He doesn't have breasts. And so now all these young women are seeing this and, they're thinking, oh, how can I look like this? Well, maybe I'll have to get my breasts removed. So of course, this is somebody who's desired to be in the public eye. He's gone to great lengths to do so. And I think it was right and fair that we would be able to comment on this.
Well, of course, it was kind of the trick that the media like to play. It's like they put someone out front and censor, and then if we notice it and we comment on it, then they'll say like, oh, how dare you criticize and comment on this? This person just wants to be left alone. It's like, no. He's only
privacy.
and named a 30 under 30. Like, it's insulting to all of us. Harrison, what's your take?
I mean, in a way, this guy is pretty influential, right? Just his mere presence nearly brought down a major beer brand. So that is some level of influence, maybe not the influence they're trying to portray, but he nearly brought down Bud Light by just simply being a brand ambassador for them. So, I mean, that's pretty influential, right? The reality is I find it interesting that actually Bud Light has now gone on this complete, rebranding effort to try and make themselves appeal back to their core audience. They've signed a deal with Shane Gillis, the comedian. They've signed a deal with UFC and Dana White, and now Dana White is like saying Bud Light is the most patriotic brand. If you want to be a patriot, you should be drinking Bud Light. So I guess in a way, in some weird way, this guy is pretty influential. Like he nearly brought down Anheuser-Busch and tanked their stock for quite a while. So maybe not the way Forbes was trying to get at it, but he is influential.
Well, and I think Dr. Peterson hits on a deeper point here with that tweet that he said that Dylan Mulvaney popularized sterilization and mutilation for his own self-aggrandizement. So here's a guy who clearly just wants to be famous. I think that we live in an age of influencers and people just want to get like more eyeballs and more views on their TikTok and to somehow make a living out of that, which Dylan Mulvaney certainly has done. But in the meantime, to your point, Rachel, I mean, he's promoting totally unrealistic beauty standards because you're right. He didn't go through female puberty, so he doesn't have the body of a woman. He has the body of a man. And, maybe because he's so thin that some women think that's beautiful, but it isn't. And what is he also doing, right? He's taking hormones that will sterilize himself. I don't know that he's taken the leap to do any kinds of surgeries, but that is sort of the same pathway that we're talking about, and we've been talking about in Alberta here. The idea you're sterilizing yourself, you're mutilating your body, you're potentially removing your breasts and your genitals if you're a woman or if you're a man. And what is this saying to a generation of confused young people? Like, the way to go if you don't feel comfortable in your body is just to like
surgery it away
to a different body. I mean, what a terrible message to send to young people. Rachel, what do you think?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, like, my heart breaks for a lot of the young girls growing up in today's society. Like, it was difficult enough for me when I was a preteen, and in those early preteen years, you're constantly being bombarded with images of unrealistic beauty standards because of all the editing that's done.
Yeah,
to
girl.
make skin look perfect and to make them look thin and curvy. And I think when I was growing up, it was a little more moving into, the Kardashians had become big. There was Beyonce, so there's more acceptance for that curvy body. But nowadays, it's taking
but the Kardashians is surgically curved, like
this really thin body, and saying this is the ideal standards for young women and for women in general, and it's absolutely unrealistic. That is not what a woman's body looks like. And in addition, now there's this big phase of Ozempic going on in Hollywood, and we're seeing women that did once have really curvy bodies all of a sudden being very, very stick thin again. So it is very difficult to be growing up today. I can't imagine seeing all these images constantly. I think there's a real need for parents to be aware of what's on their kids' phones, what they're seeing every day, because it's just so damaging for these young girls. And at the same time, young men and boys, of course, are being presented with these images of, oh, well, maybe you're in the wrong body, maybe you could be a girl. I think we're seeing it a little more that it's young girls who want to transition to be boys at a younger age, and then maybe older men who are transitioning to be women. I think the trends move in that direction. But in general, it's just a very difficult time to be growing up with all these really evil and confusing messages being constantly hammered at kids.
And what's going on with Mark Cuban all of a sudden? He's defending DEI and the NBA and diversity, and now he's defending Dylan Mulvaney. Like, I didn't know that this guy was some super, woke activist. I didn't think that was his brand, but for whatever reason, he's kind of gone down this path, and I'm pretty sure the market would indicate the other way. He's supposed to be a good businessman, and he's now going down the path which is no longer popular. It's very strange. I don't know what compelled him to all of a sudden do all this.
No, you're right. Like, it's sort of like the zeitgeist has shifted, right? It's like during the COVID and early 2020s, everyone was woke. Everything was woke. Woke corporations, woke government, lockdowns, like Black Lives Matter, everything. And I almost think, like, since Elon Musk purchased Twitter, there's been kind of a rival. Like, all of a sudden, Jordan Peterson is like the coolest guy in the world, even though he's like a cranky old Canadian university professor. But they've kind of like made conservatism cool, and we keep waiting on all these issues. And it's so unpopular.
I love this.
The route that Mark Cuban has, it's almost become like a
even the conservatives know they're
like
fucking crazy. They're like surprised they're winning. They're like, wow, what? We're beating the liberals?
Obviously, Rachel, the big news still out of Alberta is the courage of the premier to introduce a policy that
for a while now.
Human Canada dared to even talk about it. Since then we've seen the Conservative Party of Canada basically embrace the policy and speak out in favor of it. And with that, I think we've seen the left-wing media and different forces really go into overdrive to try to demonize Danielle Smith and that policy. And I think this sort of reached peak level in the last few days. So there's a story that came out of Alberta. An Alberta doctor says that the province's new policies, so Danielle Smith's new policies, contributed to the suicide of his transgender nephew. So this is a terribly sad story. But the fact they're pointing the finger at Premier Smith is pretty appalling. So I'll just read a bit from the story.
That is
Alberta
terrible.
family is asking for a sit down with Premier Danielle Smith after claiming her proposed transgender policies led to the death of their loved ones. Dr. David Kagan, a professor at the University of Calgary, wants to meet with the Premier in hopes that she will change course on recent controversial policies impacting trans people. And basically, throughout the course of the story, we learned that this nephew of his was mentally ill. It's interesting because they sort of the news story paints it as if he's a child, as if he would be impacted because, of course, the policy is only aimed at people under the age of 18, so children. Later in the story, they admit, though, that the nephew that took his life
Was
was a 37-year-old man.
37!
So he's not exactly a child that he would even be impacted by this policy, but they're still blaming the premier, which is part of kind of a really ugly trend that we see in the media where they're weaponizing suicide. So in the aftermath of this policy, basically the stat that everyone kept saying is like, if you don't let these trans kids transition, they're going to kill themselves. It's like threats. It's like weaponizing death and suicide to push the woke agenda.
Right.
Rachel, did you hear about the story?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds like he's working.
nail on the head there. This individual is 37 years old. He's
Are you gonna
impacted
count how many
by the
times goes
policies that the
bathroom?
premier announced. That's like me saying, oh, you know, I'm really fearful for my pension with this discussion about an Alberta pension plan. You know, because the NDP are fear mongering and saying, oh, you're nearing retirement, you might not have a pension, and that's like me saying, oh, you know, I can't go on. This is too much for me. No, that's ridiculous. I won't be affected by that for decades. And in the case of this individual who committed suicide, which is absolutely tragic, you know, he was not impacted by the policies that the premier announced. He was long past those days. So it's not even like something he's eventually waiting for happen because he was in the timeline of that. And also with the premier's announcement, the one thing that doesn't get mentioned very often, and I personally didn't agree with this part of the policy, is that she actually announced that she would be bringing in doctors to the province to help with those people who did have transgender surgery so that they would have aftercare, because with these surgeries, there's so many complications, and those complications can be fatal, and they can actually destroy a person's life because we're really dealing with experimental science here. Like, this is not something that's been done for many years. So, you know, doctors who are doing this, there's all sorts of problems that arise, and she said, we're going to have doctors come and deal with the aftercare. So this individual would actually have had more care under Danielle Smith's policy, and the news story just completely frames it, you know, with the headline that he's a nephew. You think this is a young kid who's committed suicide. They've completely missed the story. They've completely and purposely mischaracterized the premier's policies on this issue.
What do you think, Harrison?
Yeah, well, they buried the lead, of course. They tried to, as Rachel said, try to make it seem as though this is a transgender child. And it points to the reality that actually mental illness plays a significant part in this. And protecting children before they make a decision that could lead to severe mental illness is actually the right thing to do. I find it completely disgusting that someone would use the tragedy of the suicide of a family member, a close family member, to try and push a political message to get his name out into the news, and to try and use it to paint the premier as someone who has caused this. It's awful, and I really think that this is the sort of thing that needs to be stopped. The media also
getting involved,
get
eh?
into this as well. It's not as though it was just this guy using his nephew to try and push a political. The media is also using this tragedy.
He's usually giving us joyful information. He's giving you
You should know better.
naive.
Well, he thinks that the only flag that should be like raised in Canada is the Canadian flag,
This is just par for the course with them.
and that the Canadian flag should everyone should feel like it represents.
I hope it does.
It represents everybody. I'm like, yeah, but the natives, I'm pretty sure, would disagree that they don't feel represented by the
Okay,
flag.
now let's not even put the natives in this yet. Okay.
We're the West. We're made up of
Every
immigrants.
provinces and every city have their own flag.
Not only that, like the West is made up of immigrants. Like
Yeah.
none of us actually are from here. We are all fucking descendants from somewhere else. So like, no, I don't think that applies. The Canada flag does not represent everybody. Like.
There was a child that died, sadly, tragically, and child dies tragically. The child died he died of stage 4 cancer. I can't remember exactly the kind of cancer, but anyway, he also tested positive for COVID like the day before he died. And so when he died, all the news coverage just said like, young child has died of COVID, and his family came out with like a long Facebook post saying,
Really?
enough. He did not die of COVID, right? He's been in the hospital. He was very sick. He
I
died
was like,
of
Allison, I'm
cancer.
pretty sure they
He
put
just happened
her
to
down
have
as a COVID
the
death.
day before he died.
But she had
got it in the hospital.
fucking a double lung
And that was sort
transplant.
of the beginning of when we started to know the difference between like dying with COVID versus dying of COVID. But just the way the media presented it, like it was really a push to try to get kids to get vaccinated, and it was just so gross. It was so gross. There's another story this week where the media did the exact same thing. So we saw the online harms bill get introduced by the Trudeau government, really sweeping censorship and mass surveillance from the government. It's a small component that would also protect children from sexual exploitation. And so what did the media do? They went and found the mother of Amanda Todd. I don't know, you two are both pretty young, so you might not even remember the Amanda Todd story. Back in 2012, so we're talking about something that happened 12 years ago. This young woman tragically took her own life. She committed suicide because she was being bullied online, basically.
Yeah, because she was being a hoe on webcam.
She basically got on webcam, took off her clothes, people screenshotted it, used it to tease her or to mock her, and sadly she ended up taking her own life. But the media tracked down the mother to do all these interviews. So the CBC trotted her out, saying that this online harms bill could have saved her life. That's the headline right there. If Trudeau had had the censorship regime back in place in 2012, guys, it could have saved her life, which is really saying something. And then the Canadian Press also wrote a story about it, so we saw it over in on CTV. But really, just the idea that you would use suicide to try to push through a Trudeau policy, I just think it's one of the most appalling things that I've seen the media do in a while. Rachel, what's your thoughts on all this?
Honestly, I'm so desensitized to stuff that the legacy media does that it takes a lot for me to be like, wow, like I can't believe they did that. I would say one of the things that I couldn't help but notice with the online harms bill is, maybe there is some good stuff on there about protecting children. I think we can all applaud efforts to protect children from real predators online, but any efforts that they did or any of the good that was in this bill has been completely undone by all their efforts to really clamp down on free speech. That should not have been in the bill at all. They didn't need the bits about, what you can say online and the criminality involved with that. They should have just stuck to protecting children on the internet and not added in all those other things. And now the chances that this bill is going to get passed, I think, is slim, and it's certainly going to get bogged down in committee. It's going to get bogged down in the House, and there's going to be a lot of effort to amend this bill. And I think that any good work has been now evaded, and the Liberals should have really just stuck to the issue, but they just can't help themselves. Any opportunity they have, they're looking to clamp down on free speech and make life more difficult for Christians and people who have strong religious beliefs and conservatives in this country to push through their own agenda and to make it impossible for people to even disagree with them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It should be separated into two bills, to say the least. I think it will pass, though. I think even the Conservatives will have a hard time voting against this bill just because of those online components, right? Like the media have really done Trudeau's work in presenting this bill as a bill to protect kids from predators on the internet, which I mean, even my personal view is like, that's the job of the parents. That's my job and my husband's job to keep our kids offline, keep them from doing the kinds of antisocial things that sadly, tragically, Amanda Todd chose to do. They had her mother on these shows talking about how somehow it was the government's fault that she killed herself. No, she made really bad choices. She didn't have parents in her life that were doing what they should have. Yes, there were some predators that were doing awful things to her. But anyway, I think that the way that they've painted it, they've done, Liberals should be good at this. They've created this wedge issue that now they'll say to the Conservatives, do you really even care about kids and protecting kids? Are you going to vote against this bill? Harrison, what do you think?
Well, I remember the Amanda Todd story because when we were in middle school, they were bringing that up to us as sort of a lesson and to be careful about the internet. I remember hearing about that quite a lot. This is really dangerous stuff because I made sure to go back to the original online harms bill, the original one that was proposed in June of 2021. There was not a single mention of the word children, let alone in any interest in trying to protect children from online exploitation. The government has no interest in that because if they did, it wouldn't have taken them this long to actually protect children online. So maybe if it really could have saved her life, they could have done it in 2021. That was never their intention. They had to find a way to push this bill through by adding all of these protections for children, which we all agree with. I think we can all say that actually, yes, there should be protections for children to avoid exploitation online. The government doesn't care about that because if they did, they would have put it in the original bill. It basically took the C-36 and took all of the dangerous authoritarian dystopian legislation that would basically create a digital police state in this country, which could put you under house arrest for a pre-crime, right? Which could put you in life in prison for violating hate speech online, they've taken that and packaged it with this nice glossy finish for protecting children. And they'll use that as a political weapon to attack conservatives, to say, you don't care about children online. You don't care about protecting children. It's perhaps one of the most disgusting things the federal government has done, and that is a tough bar to pass for this government. But this is unbelievable. And Candace, I really hope that the Conservatives don't vote for this. I think, to be quite honest, if the Conservatives vote for this bill, that's going to be the final straw for many Canadians. It will really expose the Conservatives for either being politically correct, not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to have real debate. I mean, we've seen it with Bill C-4. We've seen it with other bills that Conservatives have voted for. But if they vote for this, this is going to be something that exposes the Conservatives. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping Rachel's prediction is more accurate, that actually this gets bogged down, that this gets stuck in debate, and hopefully, even NDP members might vote against it. But this is something very sick to see the Liberals use children this way to push censorship. It's unbelievable.
Well, and even just the way that the Trudeau government presented it, right? When the Justice Minister got out there and presented the bill, I think the first 30 minutes of the press conference were all talking about families that had experienced sexual exploitation.
Are you serious?
That was all they talked about. That was the entire emphasis. Most of the news stories about this have been about protecting kids in that aspect. And only really in the opinion columns and the analysis, you get people pointing out sort of how terrifying some of these issues are on the free speech side. I don't want to be too cynical. I think you're right. I think that the Conservatives ultimately will oppose this bill, but they're going to make it hard because you've seen the Conservatives in the past. They're the party that are the ones that are harsh on pedophiles and want to lock these people up and keep them off the streets and keep them away from kids. And the Liberals have been the party more of a revolving prison door and allowing people second and third and fourth chances. And so it's really interesting that they've taken this component. You're right, super manipulative. Exactly what we would expect from the Liberals, exactly what we would expect from the media to cover for them and make it seem entirely like it's one thing when really we're talking about something totally different. Rachel, did you have any final thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, just that I agree with Harrison's point. This is a big issue for the Conservative Party, and I think if they flop on this, a lot of people, because Pierre Poilievre is very popular, but especially here in Alberta, I have a lot of people asking me, is he the real deal? Because there's just been so much mistrust with the Conservative Party. We've had a series of bad leaders. Aaron O'Toole, famously lied to Conservatives about what he would do once he became leader and then backtracked on those promises. Andrew Scheer wasn't as bad, but he wasn't much of a leader, and he didn't really have a lot of original ideas, and definitely didn't have much of a backbone as the Conservative leader. So people are really looking to know that they can trust and believe in the Conservative Party again. I think that Pierre Poilievre has finally come out in support of women and in support of children, and is finally taking a stand against the transgender issues, as we mentioned earlier. That, of course, he only did once he saw that it was safe to do so, because Alberta Premier Danielle Smith did it first. We see that with Pierre Poilievre time and time again. He comes out and speaks up on an issue once he knows that it's safe to do so. I'm sure that they're getting lots of pulling in the background. He's deciding which way to lean. So we'll see what he does here. I mean, those are been good things. He's still not strong on Ukraine. We're still sending tons of money to Ukraine. He said he wants us to send even more to Ukraine. He hasn't said we need a huge cap on immigration. Those are some of the biggest problems facing our country right now. So the Conservatives still kind of walking a fine line. I think we can all agree that a Conservative government would be good for this country, but Pierre Poilievre is still going to have to earn that trust back from Conservatives.
Yeah, it's a good way of thinking about it. I certainly do think that if Aaron O'Toole was leader of this party, it would be a different outcome when it came to this particular bill, the Online Harms bill. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Andrew Scheer. I mean, it's interesting because he didn't quite make it as leader. He still got more votes than Justin Trudeau in the 2019 election, and now you see him leading the charge with the Arrive scam committee hearings, and he's just like a star over there doing his job and holding the Liberals account, really unearthing some pretty damaging, scandalous things that Liberals did during COVID. So, but overall, I think you're right. I think that Conservatives need to be vocal to maintain, to make sure that the party and the leader knows that they can't take, he can't take our votes for granted. Final story, guys, where I want to move on to. This happened a couple of weeks ago, but we saw that Google introduced its new Gemini AI program. It was a total train wreck. It was just one of the absolute worst rollouts of new technology that I have ever seen in my entire life. And we're talking about one of the biggest companies in the world, a company worth, I think, $1 trillion, that controls so much of the internet when it comes to search and advertising. And what happens, they introduce this AI tool that I guess maybe they programmed it to hate white people or to pretend white people didn't exist or to erase white people from our history books. And so what did we see? People were playing around with it and sharing their images on any historical figure that you would search for. You would just see a non-white version of it. So I think we have an image here of what the Pope supposedly
Oh my
was.
God.
An image of the Pope. We see a South Asian woman and an African man. Neither of those demographics have ever been Pope. Popes have always looked pretty much one way, and it's not like this. We also had an image of George Washington, the first president of the United States. Apparently he was a black fella. And what was the final one here? Oh, Vikings. We had images of Vikings, and apparently there are actually, I don't know, Samoan or Southeast Asian or African, Mongolian maybe. I mean, it just kind of interesting that whoever wrote the code for these computers basically told them that white people shouldn't exist or don't exist. So Google kind of had to embarrassingly walk this back, but I think this presents a pretty terrifying future where you have, a woke Silicon Valley firm pushing its values apparently that they just hate white people or don't want white people to exist, and what the ramifications of that could be. Harrison, I know you have strong opinions on this one.
Well, it's extremely dangerous. The reality is, it's funny to laugh at, but there is a deeply sinister underlying aspect to this, which is AI is going to be a major part of our lives over the next century. It's going to continue growing in influence. It's going to start writing code, writing scripts, writing news stories, and there's clearly ideological bias built in, and they can't even hide it. This resulted in a $70 billion market value hit to Google's parent company when this catastrophe was unfolding on social media, and they had to pull the entire AI image generating software offline and try and fix it. But I don't have confidence that they're going to just find a way to take out all the ideological bias out of this AI. All of these major companies are going to start doing this. Google, being one of the most popular, one of the most valuable, is going to have an AI product that is going to be involved in every aspect of our life. And if it's extremely biased, if it's anti-white, if it's anti-Christian, if it's got this bent to it, that has some serious problems going forward. It's not something that we can just laugh at and joke at, although it is funny to see a black George Washington and black Vikings. It is hilarious. But there is something deeper going on here, and it needs to be called out, and I'm glad that they pulled it, but I don't have confidence that this is going to be turned around anytime soon. Someone, maybe perhaps on the right, should start developing their own AI to try and counteract this.
Well, I think the saving grace is that they caught it, they exposed it, and they were so mocked. Again, this is like the change in the zeitgeist over the last few years, because I think like this woke ideology was much more mainstream back in like 2020, 2021, and now it's like laughable. It's like so absurd. Google got caught and they had to walk it back embarrassingly, apologize or caught lying. Like people just don't want this anymore, and hopefully they'll change. Or maybe you're right. This will be the beginning of the end of Google and some other company that's more trustworthy and more like thoughtful or has common sense. Will take over with this kind of technology. Rachel, what do you think?
I mean, I'm really only surprised that they did apologize in the end. I just kind of expect people to double down on these things nowadays. But it was probably, what Harrison mentioned, it did have a big impact on their bottom line. So, of course, that gets company moving. And on that note, that's really what the issue is that these are private entities that have more power than the government does. They've got more influence than the government does. And so the government has been sort of late to legislate things, and I'm all for the free market, but when we look at the internet, there is some regulation needed there, of course, and I think it's been slow to do that, and now we're having all these types of problems where we have companies like Facebook and Twitter and Google that are so powerful and so corrupt, and they hate conservatives. And obviously a big win for us was that Elon Musk was willing to put his money where his mouth was and bought Twitter, and now we really have that as an actual free speech platform. To Harrison's point, someone could start developing equal technology on the right. That'd be great, but Google has already capitalized on the market so much so it's really going to take a lot for people to move away from them. At this point, I guess we can be grateful that they're sort of walking it back. But yeah, I'm not super optimistic at this point. I think on the internet side of things, I tend to be a little bit more cynical, seeing what's coming down and not really sure where we go from here to see some actual solutions.
Well, it's just funny, like anecdotally, I saw a couple of really funny individuals, not even just with images on Gemini, but just AI in general, right? Like I think someone wrote in, hey, make the point, make the case for having 4 children or more. And basically the computer said, like, it's irresponsible to have 4 kids or more, it's bad for the planet. And then, like, counter to that, they said, make the case for not having any children. And then the computer, like, came up with this long thing about how, like, you know, you'll be richer and you have financial freedom and you, like, why have kids? It's just like, it's baked in, like, this, like, horrible anti-human
That's true.
ideology. Or even just, again, anecdotally yesterday, I'm a big proponent of, like, trying to learn new technology and make sure that you stay up to date. So I was using AI and just doing it for research for my show. So I typed in, I was doing something on Canadian Press and I wanted to find out, like, what government grants they were getting. So I said to the AI technology, I said, is the Canadian Press government funded, right? And they said, no, the Canadian Press is independent, it's not funded by the government. And then I reworded it and I said, does the Canadian Press receive any money from the government? And then the answer was yes, here are all the various grants that they receive. So they're not government funded. However, they are funded by the government. Do you see that? And you can just see how, you know, they throw in this wording to be sneaky, but it's like bureaucracy is basically written into the code of the computer to lie to you. Harrison, what do you think of all this?
I mean, just thinking about this, I'm picturing how, for example, AI will be used in government services. Canadians using AI to try and receive services from the government, digital services, how AI will be used, for example, in hospitals, how it will be used for triage purposes. You know, we can see how this is going to play out, and it's not looking very good at the moment. Like, someone has to really figure this out, because the minute you get that ideological bent into the system learning, whatever it's called, I'm no expert in AI, I don't know how you get it out, right? And I don't think we should be expecting governments to all of a sudden hire AI experts to machine learn government tailored AI that will be perfectly unbiased, that will treat every Canadian the same. They're going to obviously use these private companies who are building this technology, because these are the only companies that have this technology, as Rachel said. So you can see how this plays out, not just online, not just making jokes about, you know, Mongolian Vikings and you know, Black George Washingtons, but how this could play out in an emergency, how this could play out in a hospital, how this could play out in government services. It's frightening, and it really needs to be addressed. I just don't, like I said, there's no way the government is going to build an AI that is going to be completely unbiased. They're going to have to rely on this. It is obviously driven by ideology.
No, you're absolutely right. But just one more funny aspect about this, because Elon Musk jumped in. You know, you had all these pictures of Black George Washington, and he jumped in saying, "I can't believe Gemini made these unfair pictures of Justin Trudeau."
That's hysterical. Oh my God.
Unreal. So, you know, we can still poke fun at it as part of the way that we expose the corruption. And hey, that's our prime minister. That's who he is, or who he was for most of his life prior to jumping into politics. Rachel, final thing, you know, we saw Pierre Poilievre mock Justin Trudeau the other day for wearing blackface and saying, how can he, you know, be the regulator of hate speech when he himself was a hateful person in his 20s and 30s wearing blackface. The media got like up in arms, like, how dare Pierre Poilievre bring this up? Like, that's irrelevant or whatever. What do you think of Pierre Poilievre making news again over Justin Trudeau's blackface incidents that he had in the past?
The blackface incidents are really one of those things that the people on the right bring up at every opportunity that they have, because it's just so funny and the photos are just so hilarious. It's like every time Justin Trudeau does something stupid, so most days, you find people on the internet, they find a way to tie it back to the blackface. Like, he's never going to live this down. Like, it's always going to come up. There's going to be like major chapters dedicated to it in future political biographies that are written on him, because it's just something he can't escape. I don't know why the legacy media chose to get angry about it. Like, they didn't necessarily have to cover it, but it's not worth getting angry about. It is something that he did, and I think it's fair that people would try to tie that back to him, of course, now as he's trying to be this huge sort of cultural icon and, you know, always kind of harping on the right for accusations of racism and discrimination. So it's just one of those things that's going to follow him forever, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hilarious. I think it shows a different side of the prime minister, a side that he himself tries to hide, that the media try to hide.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's supposed to be like this pure woke figure that can't do any wrong. It's like the reality is, he was kind of a jerk. Like he was pretty insensitive and rude and maybe racist up until the time he decided that he wanted to be prime minister. Harrison, I'll give the very last word of the show to you.
Well, that's why you pay off the media, right? So that you can
That's what I'm thinking.
you can have all your moral failings covered, and then you can attack your opposition for any time they address it. I think Tucker Carlson said it best when he told Canadians that we should be making fun of Justin Trudeau over this every time we can. There's no reason to not make fun of him for it. He is the man who accuses Canadians who are unvaccinated of being racist. He's the man who accuses his political opposition of dog whistling to the far right, of being, these evil MAGA Republicans. Imagine if Pierre Poilievre wore blackface once, or even darken his face to dress up as some sort of, like the Arabian Nights thing. If that happened once, it would be the end of his political career, because Pierre Poilievre doesn't give the media hundreds of millions of dollars. So, I think Trudeau made a point about this is exactly why he pays off the media, but I guess it does show that if you give them money, they'll run cover for you every time.
Well, and I think that's the most important thing that Tucker said when he was in Canada was, you should be making fun of this guy like every day. He's such a ridiculous person. He is so silly. He's not serious. Like, if you laugh at him, it takes away his power. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good reminder.
Precious ego.
Exactly. All right. Well, Rachel, Harrison, it's been a blast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. And remember, everybody, everything you just heard is off the record. Are you guys both Gen Z or are you millennials?
Gen Z. I'm the oldest generation of Gen Z, so at times I find I fit more into millennials. Like I did the whole plucking my eyebrows too thin thing, and now I'm like, oh, I wish that I had thick fluffy eyebrows, but it's too late. I called the millennials off the hill on that one.
You have thick, beautiful eyebrows. I'm the one like I have like no eyebrows, so. But I had no eyebrows before I ever plucked them. So.
Well, at least you aren't like living in the regret of your decisions now. Well, how old are you, Harrison?
24, so I'm a Zoomer.
Yeah.
2 Zoomers.
Yeah.
Great, you guys are 30 under 30.
A Zoomer?
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February and running through June, Tammy and I and an assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information about this on my website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on, my forthcoming book, out November 2024. We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
This is where I'm most optimistic. It's what parents can do. We've known this for, since the beginning of time, how to raise good people, and we've done it. And the way to do it in our with these over-treated kids is to proceed by subtraction. Remove the psych meds they don't need, the diagnosis you don't believe in, the over-monitoring, over-coddling, over-accommodation. If you do that, you will raise good kids. And you don't have to be as afraid of the teacher in school who doesn't share your values. And you don't have to be as terrified of social media because your kid is ready.
Yeah.
Our world needs more equality, more progress.
The next step is for our government, including me, to review the decision, reflect on it. If the party seeks leave to appeal and it is granted, it would become by definition a question of national importance. On matters of national importance, I and our government firmly believe that the government of Canada has a role to play, particularly in a context where we are dealing with important charter rights like the rights of freedom of religion and equality rights.
With the Bill 21, I think we have a consensus. I think it's a balanced law. Some people would have liked that we go further. Some think that we went too far. But I think if we compare ourselves, for example, with France, I think it's a very reasonable law. And I want to protect this consensus in Quebec.
Quebec's appeal court has upheld the province's controversial secularism law, known as Bill 21. The law was first passed in 2019 and prevents public sector workers from wearing religious symbols on the job. The Quebec government used the notwithstanding clause to pass it, which is part of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that gives parliaments or legislatures the power to override parts of the charter for 5 years. That move sparked criticism, and civil liberties groups have long called the bill discriminatory. The Fed signaled today, as you heard there, they would intervene if the case makes its way to the Supreme Court. Let's bring back the front bench to unpack that. Christy Clark, John Tory, and Tom Mulcair are here. Tom, I'll start with you. I thought what was particularly consequential in this decision, and you would know better than me, but is the court essentially ruled the invocation of the notwithstanding clause in the fashion that it was invoked was okay, was constitutional. How do you anticipate that plays out?
Well, it's going to be very tricky for Mr. Trudeau politically, and I'll get to that in a second, but the core issue in the case was whether or not you could just preemptively use the notwithstanding clause to exclude all sorts of provisions that are discriminatory. The first instance judge in the Quebec Superior Court said the law is clearly discriminatory, but it's saved by the notwithstanding clause, except for one part that had to do with the English school boards that he said had constitutional protection under Section 23 of the Charter. Now, with regard to the larger issue, what it means politically, for Mr. Trudeau, he's been dithering. His procrastination could cost him dearly because for years now, people are saying, why are you forcing these groups, especially the Muslim women? This is a whole chapter in Bill 21 that actually only applies to Muslim women. So you're not allowed to be hired as a teacher if you wear a headscarf, a hijab. So this is something that's been contested. Yeah, and so this is something that's been contested by these groups. They've been forced to take years to get here, where Trudeau had the power to refer directly to the Supreme Court. So that's always been an issue. And the other thing that Quebecers notice is that when Doug Ford even muses about using the notwithstanding clause, Trudeau's on it right away. Same thing. We're talking about gender issues, whether it's Saskatchewan or Alberta, on it right away. But he did nothing to defend rights in Quebec. People take notice of that. He might regret it because by the time this thing does get to the Supreme Court, as of course we hope, the hearing could come right in the middle of the next campaign. We might pay a heavy political price for his failure to stand up on principle in Quebec against Legault the same way he does it against Doug Ford or other premiers in this. And
it will be interesting, John, if it does go to the Supreme Court, to not just see the way in which it ends up focusing the federal government's response, but other federal political parties too. I remember covering the 2019 election. This was a huge issue because nobody wanted to take a position on it at all because of how popular it was in Quebec at the time, how popular the provincial government there was at the time. It's less so now, and the impact on their electoral prospects because of that. Do you think that will change at all, or is everyone kind of still afraid to offend Quebec?
Well, no, I think the answer is yes, they are. And I guess it's for obvious quote unquote political reasons. But I think it's not as much of a legal mess. And I would say I had a chance to read the summary of the judgment today, and Tom was just making reference to this. I mean, the fact is the notwithstanding clause is not going to change. It's there. The court has looked at it. It was invoked very, I guess, smartly by Premier Legault in advance, because he knew it would essentially take the fundamental issue off the table. And you see the judge saying we can't rule on the issue of freedom of religion and so on here because the notwithstanding clause has been invoked. And that nothing between now and the Supreme Court is going to change in that regard. So I think it just becomes politically very messy for everybody. And messy in the sense that I think when Mr. Legault, Premier Legault, refers to a consensus, there's a pretty broad consensus across the rest of the country. This is not right. This is not the Canadian way we view people's ability to exercise their freedom of religion. So I think there's a lot of people that are not part of that consensus, but the notwithstanding clause stands in the way of any different result, and the politicians are still going to have to stand up and be counted on.
Over the last few months, though, I have noticed, Christy, that the federal government, first Justice Minister David Lametti, now Minister Varani, they're weighing in a little bit more to the notwithstanding stuff because they seem to be, as Tom pointed out, especially when it was invoked by other provinces, upset at the idea it can be invoked in advance. What kind of a legal fight do you anticipate that ends up being if the feds actually do intervene if this thing goes to the Supreme Court on that basis?
Well, I think if the issue is whether or not provinces can use the notwithstanding clause, and that's what the court is ruling on, I don't know how the Supreme Court can argue against it. I mean, remember, Vashi, Canada was created as a group of provinces that came together under the BNA Act, recognizing that each province is distinct and different from one another. Now, there's no province more distinct than Quebec, but British Columbia is pretty different too. We would not have Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and Canada's Constitution would not have been repatriated by Pierre Trudeau if the notwithstanding clause hadn't been in there. It's there to protect provinces' distinct identities and allow them to be able to, rather than have the federal government bigfoot on everything they feel like stepping into, and this is a particularly sensitive issue, but there's tons of areas where they can do this to diminish provinces' ability to be able to manage their own jurisdictions. In order to stop that, provinces have the right to use the notwithstanding clause. There is nothing wrong with having that in our Constitution. In fact, it's a fundamental recognition of how Canada needs to work. So if this goes to the Supreme Court, my presumption is the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Quebec on it because they have the right to use it. That's entrenched in the Constitution for a reason. It's the only reason we currently have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms in the first place, and the federal government should start respecting that.
Just got 20 seconds left. The difficulty in this is, especially with Bill 21, there are a lot of minority groups that feel the invocation of that trampled on their rights. I mean, that's not a legal argument. I'm not a lawyer, but that was the political part of this. Tom?
Yeah. Yes, and the first instance judge said it trampled on their rights. It was discriminatory. And Kristen's right. Here, the judge simply said, we're not touching that. We're not going to give an opinion on that. It's protected by this shield. It's a meddlesome issue. It is one that has been in the Constitution since 1982. But we're going to see whether or not their full-throated support is echoed by the Supreme Court. Because they went so far as to say, this isn't an attack on democracy and democratic rights. This is the defense of the sovereignty of the ultimate decision-making body, which is the elected officials in the legislature. Collective rights, individual rights. Big debate.
Big debate, age-old debate, and probably around for a while. Thank you so much. I appreciate the discussion this evening. Thanks to our front bench, John Tory, Tom Mulcair, and Christy Clark.
Shane Gillis has done SNL after SNL cancelled Shane Gillis. So what does this tell us about SNL, cancel culture, and the requirements of the mainstream and its inevitable hypocrisy as it struggles to stay relevant while getting rid of all of its best performers? Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us on this voyage to truth and freedom that we must undertake together. Remember, we make content basically all day, every day, and if you click the link in the description, you will get our additional content where we go deeper, closer to the truth, and where we try to build a movement together to oppose this establishment that we clearly cannot trust. Indeed, it does not trust itself, because SNL, just a few years after sacking Shane Gillis because of stuff he said in his podcast that weren't, I don't know, woke enough or right on enough, has had to bring Shane Gillis back as host of SNL. Now, my feelings about Shane Gillis is he's probably the best American stand-up comedian since Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock. That he's on point, he's radical, he's easy, he's accessible, and I would say in America 10, 15 years ago, what you would have in Shane Gillis and the way he would have been
used and operated by the culture would be somewhere between John Candy and John Belushi. A little less cuddly, perhaps, than John Candy, and a little less, well, let's face it, drunk than John Belushi, but a skilled character comedian, a brilliant stand-up comic, someone who takes up on point in a difficult cultural manner. But since those kind of figures have died, the culture has changed. It's become unable to accommodate, in some cases, literally, comedy itself. It cannot accommodate comedy. I want you to remember that SNL is the show that after Joe Rogan, who doesn't make any pretenses of being a cultural leader or thought leader, continually identifying himself as just a bloke, just a guy, just a comic, when he said, hey, this is how I got better from COVID, I used ivermectin, the whole media establishment went crazy, including SNL, who did sketches to attack Joe Rogan. So SNL, as a cultural artifact, has made itself pretty clear about which side of the divide it's on. Indeed, they had Nikki Haley on a couple of weeks ago. They are anti-MAGA, anti-debate, anti-conversation. You will not see anti-globalist, anti-war issues discussed on SNL. I hosted SNL a mere one time, and I thought that it was a sort of brilliant and magnificent institution, to tell you the truth. Lorne Michaels, a genius and great patron of comedy and perhaps the arts more broadly. The cast at that time included brilliant people like Kristen Wiig and Bill Hader, skillful, excellent comedians. But even that was much earlier in the cultural moment that you and I are experiencing right now. What I will say is that Shane Gillis, in a sense, is a perfect vessel for us to analyse and understand what's happened in our culture in the last 10 years. Someone who would have once just walked straight through the door into a bunch of National Lampoon movies, would have been seen as a star and celebrated, is now an odd, chaotic, mercurial figure precisely because the culture doesn't know what it's doing anymore. It doesn't know what it believes in. It doesn't know what its principles are. Primarily, I would say, because it's become a utensil of the establishment rather than a radical anti-establishment entity, which is what it would have been in the days of, like, I don't know, Eddie Murphy, Mike Myers, all of the great comics that all of us that love comedy grew up on and adore, even if we're not actually American. Let's have a look at Shane Gillis's performance and appearance. Let's have a look at Shane Gillis as a figure. But more importantly, perhaps even Shane Gillis, is let's look at how our culture is morphing and changing, and how ultimately its requirement to get clicks and views will mean that it will migrate to wherever it needs to and possibly eat itself like a Ouroboros. That's a self-consuming serpent. And could we have a better image for the legacy media?
My mom asked me this a lot, and it's kind of an intense question. My mom asked me, she's like, when did we stop being best friends?
Aww.
And she's right. We used to be best friends. You remember that when you were a little boy and you loved your mom and you thought she was the cool? You remember when you were gay?
He's going to use gay in that way on TV. And even that is, I suppose, a marker of the challenges in our culture. Have you seen the South Park episode where those other geniuses that refuse to be chained by a peculiarly puritanical culture, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, argued that the pejorative form of gay is not connected to the sexual identity usage of gay, that it can be separated from it.
You can be gay and not be a fag. Yeah, a lot of fags aren't gay.
I happen to be gay, boys. Do you think I'm a fag?
Do you ride a big loud Harley and go up and down the streets ruining everyone's nice time?
No.
Then you're not a fag.
When you're invited to look at culture in the way that Google AI asks us to look at culture now, like, yeah, why not portray George Washington as a person of color, or Vikings as having a variety of hues and pigments in their skin? Is it not possible that you could use the word gay without it being a hate crime against gay people? Do we really believe that Shane Gillis has malice in his heart when he uses that term in the same way that kids from his background presumably use that word to this day without hating on people that have sexual preferences for people of the same gender? And this kind of deliberate myopism that leads to censorship, that leads to communities of people that doubt themselves and doubt one another, where people get all uncertain, we're all in a McCarthyist frenzy against one another, I think benefits the establishment in subtle cultural ways. America can't have the robust certainty that it had in the 70s and 80s, and God knows America had its problems then. It is uncertain about the use of language and the intentions of its individual members, or cultural artifacts, or comedians, or artists. It is uncertain about where it stands on those issues. It is forever heading towards more division instead of more union.
Like most men, I know exactly when me and my mom stopped being friends. It was the first time I whacked off. Before that, you're like, oh, where's my mom? I love my mom. She's so cool. One nut, you're like, when's that bitch gonna leave the house?
in a sense, these are recognisable stand-up comedy tropes. Your mother, masturbation, and there's a whole Freudian angle to leap into right here. But in a way, isn't what Shane Gillis is doing there exactly what comedians should be doing? Gently approaching taboos in a way that's celebratory and amusing and joyful and mischievous and playful. And when you can see him as an individual, it's pretty clear that this is not a man who runs on malice and hate, who you imagine festering alone in some room, hating on people because of some minor cultural difference. He has the mind of a comedian that assesses information solely on whether or not it's amusing to him and then takes the risk of publicly exploring those ideas as comedians are supposed to. Now, when you live in a puritanical culture that seems to have as one of its predicates create division, create hatred, create kind of a dull, low expectation of what our social discourse is permitted to be, and figures like that, who 20 years ago would have been, oh, he's funny, that guy, he's funny, become like, whoa, that's not Lenny Bruce. In fact, Shane Gillis is pretty clear that he's not a Bill Hicks type comic. Shane Gillis is not about, I hate this establishment, I want to destroy it. He just wants to make people laugh. And for a comedian, what better goal could there be? But it shows you, doesn't it, where the establishment is. When the sanctioned comics of a culture are only allowed very particular perspectives. Challenges are met when it is a person of colour like Chappelle or Chris Rock who do not play ball and have the skills to not play ball. When you got Bill Burr, or now most specifically Shane Gillis venturing into those territories, what you've got is a peculiar lens to look at a culture that no longer knows what it wants or who it is, and is operating, I think, most of all, on ungrounded principles. I wonder if you'll see the kind of comics that are sanctioned by the culture exploring ideas like the current Forever Wars. The culture's comics won't offer you that. So it's not like they went the direction of Bill Hicks or Lenny Bruce or Pryor. It went the direction of some kind of anodyne, flat, non-controversial, non-interesting iteration of comedy. But people like you and me like people like Shane Gillis. So I guess you've got to make the booking.
I do have family members with Down syndrome. It almost got me. I dodged it, but it nicked me.
It's lovely to hear that actually the audience are uncertain as to whether or not Down syndrome is a topic you're permitted to laugh at in New York City liberal establishment circles. So the claim of a artifact, a cultural artifact like SNL to be popular and populist is challenged there because it's clearly governed by a paradigm that's strictly establishment left these days. I mean left in terms of Clinton, Blair, authoritism, censorship. I don't mean left as in, do you know what? Working people are getting a bit of a rough deal. Their hands to corporate. That's left. I don't know where that is anymore. Hello? And you can hear that the people in that audience are uncertain as to whether or not it's permissible to laugh at Down syndrome. Well, what Gillis has done, this is a brilliant comedian, he told you, I got more right than you to laugh at it because I've got family members. So he's allowing them, he's rolling out a carpet on which he can walk into that joke. But there's still no, are we allowed to joke about this? Are we allowed to joke about this? And actually, in effect, you should be allowed to joke about bloody well anything at all. In fact, it's a valve, it's a necessity. I heard, laughter is the shame. What tears are to grief. How we could get back together as a culture without people making jokes about race, about sexuality, about mental health, about war, about despair, about the conditions we find ourselves in. Oh, look, yes, yet another avenue that could bring about congeniality and collective action shut down. Even something as potentially abstract as being able to laugh together.
My niece has Down syndrome, and I thought that was going to get a bigger laugh.
What you can't negotiate with is a comedian's instinct, which he has. It's always about finding edges, it's always about gently crossing it, it's always about curating and orchestrating the audience response. But that can't organically occur in a pre-cultivated and pre-bunked environment. That's what's dangerous about the culture war. That the kind of things we would joke about and laugh about together that would bring us closer are now being designated as points of avoidance culturally for all of us. And it takes a comedian like Shane Gillis to sort of guide us back into that space.
They're doing better than everybody I know. They're the only ones having a good time pretty consistently. They're not worried about the election. They're having a good time.
Actually, funny.
My sister, my niece's mother, she didn't know she could get pregnant, so she foster cared and then adopted 3 black kids. And then she finally got pregnant, and now she has a kid with Down syndrome. And her husband is from Egypt. He's an Arab guy. You go over to their house, it's like getting in the craziest super pool you've ever been. What you can actually see is that a lot of us that are not American, that
talk about America are mostly impacted by America's wars and America's influence on the culture. Shane Gillis reminds you that America is this kind of cultural melting pot where that most ordinary and maligned of beasts, the white American male, is actually a rather enjoyable entity. He is not a product of the metropolis. He is a red state product. He is an ordinary American man, and he is a funny, amusing, open-hearted, non-cynical, beautiful American man. He's the kind of comedian America needs right now. All the while it's telling you, what we need are people that tick these boxes. Just let it be. Just stay out of comedy. Comedy will look after itself. You've done a bad enough job of organising the geopolitical landscape without diving into the arts, and in particular comedy. Just leave it alone. We'll handle it.
Some white kids out there like, hey, you're not allowed to play with us. You're retarded. And then 3 black kids come flying out of nowhere.
Also, the nuances of culture. Think of the kind of analyses that surround MAGA and Janseth and Trump. The idea that there's this homogenous blob of Americans that are racist and hateful. Well, let's peer into that blob a little and see who occupies it. And you will see intermarriage. You will see inclusivity. Because like you know people that have different sexual identities. You know people that have mental illnesses or genetic conditions or different religions. It's a media creation, and the media creation that led to the cancellation of Shane Gillis is now having to backpedal because through the merit of his skill and the way that the media landscape's changed, let's face it, he's a creation of independent media, podcasts, Joe Rogan, all of the stuff that exists in the similar channels that we're in right now. Now it's having to reassess, but Shane Gillis isn't safe, nobody is safe. This is why cancel culture is a bad thing. Because it's a bad faith approach. That's what it is. It's the assumption of negativity. It's the assumption of malignance. When a little more exploration, a little more conversation might reveal that perhaps people have a greater hope of integration, peace, ease, and evolution than the culture will ever let you believe. Here's another take on Shane Gillis' appearance. So the man deemed morally untouchable, unworthy to be in SNL's regular week-in, week-out lineup, just a few years ago returned to host an episode of his own, one of American entertainment's most coveted guest spots, usually occupied by Hollywood A-listers. Gillis' fall and rise is a reminder of how brutal cancel culture can be and how spectacularly it can backfire. I know a lot of people in the movie space are starting to say that the success of Barbie and the success of Top Gun Maverick is also an indication that if you make movies for an understood demographic, in the case of Barbie, presumably in the majority females, and vice versa in the case of Top Gun Maverick, you get success. Whereas if you take genres that are traditionally or conventionally, whatever word suits you, intended to, with the fact is 65% of people that go and see superhero movies are male. And if you try to turn those products into something that carries a particular message, and I believe there are really important messages that need to be carried through movies, but when those messages are at odds with the story, when those messages don't make sense and they're disingenuous, what are you going to get? A hodgepodge of odd, disingenuous crap instead of successful movies like Barbie or Top Gun Maverick. And also what he exposes is that it's an illegitimate endeavour. I don't actually know what they're trying to achieve with all this stuff. When he was named as a new SNL cast member in 2019, Gillis was unknown beyond the stand-up circuit. Within days of him being handed the opportunity of a lifetime, alumni include Bill Murray, Eddie Murphy, and Tina Fey, a journalist dug up a clip of him using the racial slur chink on an old episode of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, a podcast he does with fellow comic Matt McCusker. While Gillis was, he says, impersonating a white racist when he said it, saying it wasn't enough to damn him. That's precisely the kind of explanation that should be taken into account. Well, I was doing an impersonation of a racist. That doesn't matter. That impersonation was so good, you cannot have a career now because of the quality of the impersonation and our inability to assess nuance, which is absolutely necessary in comedy. It was all over before he had taped a single episode. SNL briefly tried to ride out the controversy before unceremoniously dropping Gillis. The statement described the language in his previous work as offensive, hurtful, and unacceptable. But again, if you were to perhaps look at the work of Bill Murray or Mike Myers or Tina Fey through the lens of today's cultural rules, you might find similar adjectives being required. In fact, if you look at comedy at any time, cruelty is sort of literally a necessity in much of comedy. Gillis refused to issue a grovelling apology, nor did he refashion himself as a conservative culture warrior. He just kept making comedy. He put out a brilliant special on YouTube, Live in Austin, which currently has 24 million views. He put out viral sketches. He toured what you might call the Joe Rogan circuit, the hugely successful, decidedly un-PC podcast orbiting the 56-year-old comic turned podfather. Meanwhile, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast exploded in popularity. It's currently the biggest pod on Patreon with tens of thousands of paid subscribers. Following his 2023 blockbuster Netflix special, Beautiful Drugs, Gillis is now on the verge of arena act status. You can see why SNL came calling. Notoriety alone doesn't do this, of course. The now 36-year-old Gillis is also easily among the best stand-ups of his generation. He is also that rarest of things in the achingly right-on, superficially diverse, but socially monocultural world of American comedy. I think that's an important point. Monocultural socially, but diverse superficially. That's an excellent assessment. A child of Fox News watching lower middle class suburban America. In the post-2016 age, Gillis is the imagined villain of the liberal elites and the living, breathing antithesis of all their deadening pieties. Brought up in central Pennsylvania, Gillis was a high school football star turned Army college dropout. He looks and talks and jokes like someone's older brother from back home. He said gay and retarded with abandon, but largely to mock his own neat-headed tendencies. He'll send up his new woke Brooklyn friends, whose every social media post boils down to "see, I'm not racist," just as much as he does his conservative, somewhat dysfunctional family. His material about his dad watching Fox News every night until he's too drunk and or outraged to continue is a wonderful case in point. Fox News is basically black church for old white dudes, Gillis observes in live Austin as he watches his father vigorously agreeing with absolutely everything the anchors say. Preach, Tucker. So it is with his routines on the Donald. Gillis has had some of the best Trump material you'll hear, precisely because he isn't blinded by any Trump fury. He gets how funny, intentionally and unintentionally Trump is, his outrageousness, his bizarre tics and cadences. But nor does he serve up endless pronoun gags and tirades against the Dems and SJWs. Gillis says he didn't vote for Trump, although he has joked that he has early onset republicanism, given he's a history buff. There are plenty of people who are unhappy that Gillis has been re-embraced by the mainstream entertainment biz. His SNL rehabilitation proves how effortlessly the comedy industry forgives racism, reads one typically breathless rock column. But you can't help but feel that those kind of people are becoming more shrill, precisely because they know they're beginning to lose ground. The triumph of Shane Gillis reveals that there is a vast ecosystem of platforms and shows that can of the dwindling mainstream. An episode of the Joe Rogan Experience reportedly reaches twice as many people as your average edition of Saturday Night Live. And now some of the gatekeepers are beginning to realise the talent and the viewing figures they can miss out on when they confuse the mob for the country. It seems that 4 years after sacking him, SNL needed Shane Gillis more than Shane Gillis needed SNL. Often we talk about how journalists like Chris Hedges and Glenn Greenwald could be used to monitor the decline of the legacy media. Both of those men won Pulitzer Prizes, worked for organisations like The Guardian, the legacy media, British newspaper, or the New York Times in the case of Chris Hedges. But now those reporters do all of their reporting online because the legacy media has become an amplification device for the establishment and a tool to normalise its agenda. The same can be said of the culture. If you watch late night talk shows or SNL, it's pretty clear that they operate in lockstep with the agenda of those kind of print organisations. And similarly, perhaps, they are suffering as a result of the inability to include genuine diversity of opinion that is easily accessible to those of us that operate entirely now in independent media spaces. So I suppose the appearance of Shane Gillis on SNL does, as the author of that piece indicated, show you that the balance of power is changing. It will be interesting to see how spheres, how it plays out in terms of censorship, how it plays out in terms of cancel culture, and the culture's ability to rehabilitate or reclaim its discarded icons. The thing is this, of course, as the dynamic and relationship between independence and establishment continues to alter, many more people won't be involved in the establishment and its accessories, precisely because there are tools and agenda that independence are openly opposed to. But I'm glad to see a comedian of Shane Gillis' quality getting the opportunity to host a show that remains a comedy institution in spite of its obvious current frailties. So that's the why I think, why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat. Remember, you can support our work by clicking the link in the description. You get extra content. We talk about the culture. We assess and criticise cultural artifacts. Last week's video was about Amy Winehouse. This week we'll be talking about COVID or war or something. We make additional content just for you, but damn it, we need you. Just like SNL needs Shane Gillis. More important than any of that is, if you can, please stay free. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Here. I'm blinded in one eye.
Questions orales. The Honorable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, not only did the government neglect national security, not only did they cover up things continue to skirt responsibility. Yesterday, the Minister of Health said no high officials involved in the microbiology lab will be held responsible. If there's no one responsible, who within the cabinet will know who is responsible? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning, it's important to say that health agencies are independent, particularly in terms of national security. And it's our government that created a process to make sure that all the information is available. And it's really important for two Canadian citizens who were very well known as scientists did bad things like this, and there is an investigation underway with the RCMP, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hill. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-China Committee in 2019 could have done exactly the same job as the ad hoc committee did, and we could have had the documents 3 years ago. And CSIS assessments released yesterday make it clear that PRC is and was actively recruiting top Canadian scientists to plunder Canada's research and intellectual property. The assessments also make clear that the PRC wants to weaponize this civilian research for military purposes against us and our allies. Knowing what we know now, will the government halt all collaboration between the Winnipeg National Microbiology Laboratory and any entities and individuals in the People's Republic of China?
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that an attack on our national security by foreign nations, be it China or Russia, represents an attack on democracy. It represents a direct attack on every member of this House. And that I share his outrage that China or any country would attempt to interfere in our process. The Public Health Agency, which is one of the most respected agencies in the world, hired 2 Canadian citizens who are eminent and well-known scientists in Canada. Is the Public Health Agency that discovered that? Is the Public Health Agency that fired them? And that's why there's now an RCMP investigation about their actions. The honourable member from London, Halton Hill.
The documents, Mr. Speaker, reveal a shocking disregard for Canada's national security. They reveal a government that is completely asleep at the switch on national security and the machinery of government. They reveal government employees collaborating with Beijing's government and with the biological weapons unit of the People's Liberation Army. Equally shocking are the health minister's comments. He said yesterday there was no evidence of actual breaches at the lab, and no sensitive information actually left the country. The documents say otherwise. Does the minister stand by those comments?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, 2 Canadian scientists in question were well known for their work in virology and had spent their time working on health treatments for those that were suffering from viruses. Their collaboration, there's absolutely no evidence of the thing that the member opposite is suggesting. And I do not think that it is at all appropriate to suggest that they were involved with weaponization or things of this nature. They have all the documents, they can see all the information. We have waived all the normal considerations, not only of national security, Mr. Speaker, but of employee relationships that normally are confidential. It was our government that did that. That's why they have this information. The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Speaker, scientists working with Ebola at Canada's only level 4 lab collaborated with the People's Republic of China Army Major General. Sadly, the story does not end there. Dr. Chu was able to gain access to the lab for students from China, and it gets worse. A scientist from the Academy of Military and Medical Sciences, the research arm of the PLA, known to work on biology-enabled warfare. How can citizens from a hostile superpower gain access to Canada's top lab? Is it because the Prime Minister admires China's basic dictatorship?
The Honourable Minister of Health. That's unfortunate. And let me just give an example. With respect to Ebola, the exchange of Ebola in 2019 was done in the context of trying to work with China and other countries on finding solutions to Ebola, which exists in so many different parts of the country. The relationship with China was in a different place. The information that we shared was through legitimate channels. It has nothing to do with this issue. It was absolutely known and handled with complete control. I think it's very, very important to not mischaracterize national security for partisan interest.
I'd like to remind all members to ensure that they don't use language which would be unparliamentary directed at any of their colleagues. The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
The minister's comments are reckless and untrue. Before March 31st, 2019, the PRC did not have a containment level 4 lab. How can I be so specific about the date? This is the date on which a scientist at Canada's top lab, the National Microbiology Lab, shipped dangerous pathogens, including Ebola virus, to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. This scientist had a history of visiting and collaborating with the PLA since 2016. When did the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister know about the espionage and blatant violation of their sovereignty, and when did they decide to cover it up?
The Honourable Minister of Health. The exact opposite of cover up. It's actually this government that created the process that released these documents. So they actually refused to participate in this process. The second thing that I will say, Mr. Speaker, with respect to our national security interests, that it is essential when we're dealing with national security to recognize two things. That the party opposite is saying that they would support a partisan interference in the Public Health Agency of Canada, that if they were in government, they would see it as acceptable for political interference into that process. No, it's not an arm's length, and rightfully it isn't an arm's length. They are the ones that identified these Canadian citizens, these eminent scientists, were lying, and they took action. Order. Colleagues. The honourable member.
The honourable member for St. John. The Court of Appeal has just handed down its ruling on the state secularism law, Bill 21, which has a broad consensus in Quebec. Quebecers want a clear separation of religion and state, and that's what this law guarantees. Now that the appeals court has handed down its ruling, it's clear that the next step is the Supreme Court. We start with Bill 101, and we'll see it again with Bill 21. What we're asking Ottawa Civil, can you please stay out of it, either directly or indirectly? Because Quebec knows what's good for Quebec. Thank you.
Jeez.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. I appreciate the question, and obviously the court has just rendered its decision. I will read it and we will reflect on it. But I'd like to say that we've always given, we'll always be here to defend the Charter of Human Rights. And if this ruling does get to the Supreme Court, we'll be there to intervene. The Honourable Member for St. John. I repeat, Quebec knows what is good for Quebec. We know that French is not only our official language, but also our common language, and that it must be protected. We know that equality between men and women is non-negotiable. In Quebec, just like we know, the best way to protect religion is for the state to have none. And that's what Bill 21 is about. And that, too, is a broad consensus in Quebec. So will the Liberals, we'll say they don't like bickering, commit to not going against the will of Quebecers on Bill 21. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I've always, all our government has always underscored that we'll always be here to defend the Canadian Charter. This includes freedom of expression and freedom of religion and equality. Nevertheless, if this ruling does make it to the Supreme Court of Canada, we'll be there to intervene.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The Arrive Canada drama never stops. Remember we told the Liberals that they get asked public service to do the work that was required. They said, no, it's not possible. Well, it turns out that the Arrive Canada contract was awarded to a D&D employee. Public service actually did the work. Under the Liberals, public money going to private consultants tripled. Why are the Liberals trying to give the Conservatives the rest of the money and how much money they can waste on private consulting?
Minister for National Defense. Okay. Actually, I want to thank the member for the further question because I think it's an important one. Mr. Speaker, as soon as we were made aware that the CEO of Gillis was being the employee, we've taken immediate action to suspend all contracts
been suspended. The matter will be thoroughly investigated. Thank you.
Colleagues, once again, I would ask colleagues to please be respectful of the questions that are asked, and of course, the answer given for many reasons. One of them, of course, is that members who require the use of translation can't hear through their earphones if members are shouting in terms of response.
Honourable member for Burnaby South. A 6-person family and a pregnant woman live under a highway in Montreal. They were kicked out of their apartment. They cannot find affordable housing. This is the result of the Liberals and the Conservatives who have lost more than a million units of affordable housing. Liberals, or are they ashamed of their track record? Or are they too disconnected from reality? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that every person in Canada has a right to a home. It's a fundamental right. We doubled funding for communities to fight against homelessness and to make sure everyone has a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, we know there's a lot of work to be done, but unlike the Conservatives, it's not through bickering with municipalities that we'll get there. We need to sit down with everyone and find a lasting solution to homelessness in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Falkirk, Interlake Eastman.
This Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, the crime, the corruption, or the cover-ups. After hiding the Winnipeg lab documents from Canadians for over 3 years, you finally know why the Liberals blocked Parliament. We know that Dr. Chu had close and clandestine relationship with enemies of the People's Republic of China and collaborated with military scientists. The People's Liberation Army is a known security threat to Canada. So why did the Prime Minister cover up this breach of national security instead of arresting these spies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Answer the first part of the question, as I expect there are other questions on the second. On the first order, it was the first offer was to have all parliamentarians look at the documents we had a side cop. That was an immediate offer. Some opposition members said that wasn't full and that wasn't a good answer because they wanted to make sure that if there was a need for redactions to be released, they wanted a process. So I, as House Leader at that point in time, suggested an ad hoc process that would ensure that an independent body would make the decision of releasing these documents. I would remind the member again that it is an independent decision of the Public Health Agency to make redactions. I'm sure he's not suggesting that anything else other than that should happen.
The honourable member from Falkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Sued Speaker. Dr. Chu emergency sued technology materials from the Winnipeg labs with Major General Chen, one of Beijing's top commanders at the Academy of Military Medical Science. The Academy is described in the census document as the highest medical research institution of the People's Liberation Army of the PRC and has offensive biological weapons capabilities. And one of its objectives is to transform the results of basic civilian research into military applications and biotechnology. The Chinese military can now make more biological weapons and potentially use them against Canadian and our allies. Why did the Prime Minister cover up this national security threat?
The honourable Minister of Health.
The documents first were released and then the additional redactions were actually commenced by us. The second point is when the member says maliciously, we don't know what their intention was. That's the purpose of an RCMP investigation. Secondly, these are individuals that I am deeply concerned about, like the member opposite. And in a process of due process, we understand what they did. With respect to the Chinese government, the military and the government and the academia and scientists are all part of their military. Any connection that they have wouldn't touch that. And so I think it's careful.
Colleagues, it's hard to hear the chair, to hear the response. If members are not satisfied with the response, sometimes the best opportunity is just to listen to it in silence and then stand on its own. The honourable member from Falkirk, Interlake Eastman.
The Commission should actually read the species documents and actually describe all the breaches that were done and the espionage that was carried out. At the Prime Minister's top public health in Canada, Beijing, Dr. Yen, we give you unfettered access to all the labs and the computer systems at the Winnipeg labs, which are covertly shared by Dr. Chu with Beijing. Instead of stopping this espionage, the Prime Minister decided to cover it up. Why did the Prime Minister put his admiration for the basic dictatorship of the Communist Party in Beijing
important to step back and really consider what the Conservative Party is saying. At the time in which they were hired, these two Canadian citizens were eminent scientists who were well published and well regarded throughout North America. The fact that they lied and misrepresented themselves, Mr. Speaker, is reprehensible. Colleagues of Mass members, please. Last member from Miramichi Grand Lakes, please, to keep his comments to himself until he'll have the floor at the time that he asks the question. The Honourable Minister Health has 15 seconds left on the clock. So I would hope what they're not suggesting, if they were in power, that they would have interfered politically, been able through clairvoyance to know that these eminent scientists who at this point in time had no reason to believe that they were anything other than Canadian scientists who were doing good research, that they would interfere politically with clairvoyance and not bring them
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that there were documents with respect to Winnipeg lab, and the worst is confirmed there was a leak from the Chinese Communist Party. And the first representative Peterson represents a serious and critical threat to Canada's economy, was able to access this level 4 laboratory. Why did he not protect Canadians, the Prime Minister, the Honourable Minister of Health? China, Russia, or any other country? Well, this is an attack against our democracy, the House of Commons, and every member here. And it concerns me greatly. And this is the reason why we have measures now to ensure that we protect our public safety with policies that are as strong as possible to make sure our objective is not compromised. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg or Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said that the Prime Minister said he admired the dictatorship of China. And this lab in Winnipeg is working on some of the most dangerous viruses in the world. And there were dangerous pathogens that were passed on to the Chinese party. Does he realize that our national safety was in peril? The Honourable Minister, what Canadians realize today, well, when we're talking about national security, it's not a partisan issue. And if there's something we won't take lessons on for the Conservative Party is protecting national security on research and science in Canada. We are the government that did the most to protect science in this country, to protect IP, to help our universities and research centers to identify risks. Mr. Speaker, last January we published a list that indicates our research institutes that not do business. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister know that on March 31st, the Ebola virus was sent to Canada? A weapon to a country that is building up its stock of biological weapons. Does the Prime Minister realize that his government failed because the Chinese government is developing biological weapons and he's putting our security at risk? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, rather than talking about facts, what we hear from the opposition today is politicizing national security. And I think that all colleagues that were elected to this chamber, their first responsibility is the security and health of Canadians. As I said last January, we did publish a list for entities that are protected to protect national security and IP. Will always be here to defend national security. The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Court of Appeal is clear. Bill 21 is constitutional and does not pose a problem. The fact that we've recognized the right of Quebecers to create their own rules means we've turned the page. but there are a few people who continue to contest it. What will the Liberal government choose to do? Respect the will of Quebecers with this appeals court decision, or continue bickering with Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore that our government is clearly committed to defending the rights and liberties protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, particularly in terms of the right of freedom of expression and the right to equality. Our government has clearly expressed concerns with respect to the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause. If it does, this decision does get to the Supreme Court, will be there to intervene. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, we're talking about respect for charter and court decisions as well, because despite what the Liberals say, Bill 21 has nothing to be criticized for. It is legitimate. It is a pillar for living together in harmony, which Quebecers want. And Liberals' fears are unfounded. The court has rendered its ruling. The government commit to not contesting this Bill 21 either directly or indirectly. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Mr. Speaker, like the Prime Minister has already said, as I've already said, our government is committed to defending the rights and liberties of Canadians protected under the Charter. Nevertheless, we have to protect freedom of religion and expression. We've also said that our government has clearly expressed concerns with respect to the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause. If this case does go before the Supreme Court, our government will intervene. The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. It's worrisome. The Liberals want secularism without any trace. They don't want us to say anything. They want to make it insignificant, but separating religion and state does mean something. It means that we respect the beliefs and the non-beliefs of each other, and they never get involved in a relationship with the state. Bill 21 has true implications. And the court has recognized this, and the use of the notwithstanding clause is not only constitutional, but legitimate for Bill 21. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Mr. Speaker, as mentioned by the Prime Minister and myself, we are clearly committed to defend the rights and freedoms in the Canadian Charter, notably the right to freedom of religion, expression, and right to equality. On several occasions, we've also said that we have serious concerns with the use of the notwithstanding clause. If this case does get heard by the Supreme Court, our government will be here.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Military scientists engaged in biodefense and field terrorism. So, in the case of that, will the Prime Minister accept responsibility for this colossal failure of statewide?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question on numerous occasions, but let me address the proposition at the start of that question, where he says the working together with another political party. He doesn't want to do that, and I get that. He's used to making partisan points and not reaching across the aisle and collaborating. But you know what happens when you collaborate, Mr. Speaker, when you work together? You get Pharmacare. You get the ability to say to those that have diabetes that you've got your health and you've got medication. You say to women, we're going to give you real freedom. Freedom over your sexuality, freedom over your reproductive rights. That's what happens when you stop focusing on partisan politics and you start focusing on results. The Honourable Member from Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton.
Disgraceful answer from this minister. The national security culture begins at the top with the Prime Minister. This is a Prime Minister who says he admires Beijing's basic dictatorship. This is a Prime Minister who, over the past 8 years, has repeatedly ignored Beijing's interference. So, in the face of that, is it any wonder that under this Prime Minister's watch, top Beijing military scientists have unfettered access to some of Canada's most sensitive biological secrets?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, in the first order, that isn't true. What is true is that the Public Health Agency of Canada, which is one of the most respected agencies in the world, that was there for us throughout the pandemic, is entirely responsible for its operations. And the truth is that there were two individuals hired. They were Canadian citizens, eminent scientists, well-known and well-respected across Canada and indeed around the world, who lied to the Public Health Agency of Canada. The Public Health Agency of Canada then took the very responsible action of firing those individuals, turning the matter over to the RCMP, where they currently are under investigation.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, had the opportunity to ask two questions. So he could speak to his House leader to ask more questions in the House. But until that time, please, I'd ask him to wait his turn until he has the microphone, until he has the floor. The honourable member from Lennox and Addington.
Speaks otherwise. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the cover-up. He can't be trusted to keep our people safe. Yesterday, the entire nation was shocked to learn that this government granted two People's Liberation Army assets full access to secret research in a top-secret Canadian lab. This represents the biggest security breach since the Cold War. And it happened under Prime Minister famously said he admires China's basic dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians trust the Prime Minister that fails to take national security seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Health. The representations made by the member are inaccurate, and I would invite people to read the documents, which have been fully redacted. But this is the contrast, Mr. Speaker, between a party that is focused on partisanship and difference. The member talks about working with another party and what that might accomplish for dental care. Mr. Speaker, when we focus on cooperation, we were able to get dental care now for this country. We were able to make sure that 9 million Canadians, 3 million seniors will have access to dental care. They're voting against that. They're against that. Are they against Pharmacare? Are they against
Stop being a dick.
Again, colleagues, it is very important for us, for those of us who have the ability to speak both languages, it's a clear advantage of being in the House that we don't require the use of the headsets. But for those of us who do require it, it's very difficult to hear the questions or the answers if there's too much noise in the House. I ask all members, out of respect for all their colleagues, and each of your respective caucuses, is to listen respectfully to the answer the question, so that those of us who require the use of microphones can do so. The honourable member, the honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the number of people unable to find an affordable place to live in Nanaimo Ladysmith is staggering. And what have the Liberals done? Cut the regional hub funding to Nanaimo by 60%. Conservative plan, cut funding, and leave it up to rich developers who just so happen to be their biggest donors. Nanaimo needs more support, not less. The mayor of Nanaimo is calling for federal support. Will the minister provide the funding required for truly affordable housing in Nanaimo?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take up the specific matter with the member who just raised it on the question period to know more about the specific case in Nanaimo. But what I will say is that the federal government is absolutely committed to ensuring there's greater supply. Supply is always what underpins the housing crisis in this country and every other country that's experiencing exactly that. We need to see more building, and that's why we've incented the private sector by lifting GST on the building of other rentals. We've moved forward to work with municipalities to see zoning changes, where so much of this is dealt with in terms of affordability. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are delivering diabetes medicine
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Access to medication for diabetes is not just a question of social justice. It's a question of saving lives. It's a question of prevention. It's a question of reducing costs enormously across this country. And I can say, specifically with Alberta, that I've had very constructive conversations with Adriana Lagrange, who's been willing to work and find compromise, find that common ground. Unfortunately, across the aisle, that's not what we see. Today, the leader of the official opposition, Conservatives, ran away when asked if he would support diabetes medication. Refused to answer whether or not he would slash contraceptives for women. They are already against dental. I'd really like to know where they stand for Pharmacare.
The Honorable Member from Pontiac. You don't have to keep
The Honorable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, journalists and newsrooms are members of our democracy in Canada. In communities like ours, they play a role that's even more fundamental. In December, the Minister of Heritage reached an historic agreement with Google to provide $100 million of funding to newsrooms. Can she give this House an update on how and when newsrooms, but especially local media, will have access to this funding? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And despite months of opposition from the Conservatives last year, we adopted the Online News Act, which allowed us to reach an historic agreement with Google. That's $100 million in funding that Google's going to invest in local media that would never have been available had the Conservatives been in power. And yesterday, Google launched its open bid office to ask for eligible newsrooms to apply. Canadians can be sure that on this side of the House, we are always going to stand up to ensure that technological giants pay their fair share to protect Canadian citizens. Thank you. I would just like to ask the member for Parliamentary to respect people taking the floor. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Confused because it's not Conservatives making a link between these scientists and threats to national security. It's the government's own security agencies themselves saying that these individuals, quote, were collaborating with foreign entities that present a threat to the security of Canada. We're talking about research with pathogens and deadly viruses, while at the same time these individuals were on the payroll of the People's Liberation Army, the communist regime in Beijing. Now, rather than inform Canadians and publicly that the outset that we're going to what we're trying to cover up, how can the Prime Minister be so callous and selfish that he tries to protect himself rather than the security of Canadians?
I'm very happy to answer to my colleague because Canada show leadership when it comes to national security, Mr. Speaker. That's something the Conservative will not want to like the Canadians. But let me refresh their memory because they tend to be selective when it comes to the facts. On the 16th, Mr. Speaker, we announced that we will ban funding for research in sensitive areas. Entities around the world, Mr. Speaker. We work with our allies. We work with research centers in this country. We work with university, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that we will always put national security first and defend the interests of Canada.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
They want to give themselves a gold star that finally 3 years later, after fighting, kicking and screaming to keep these documents hidden, that now they've been released because Conservatives demanded it. Let's remember the facts. They ignored and refused to comply with 4 parliamentary orders. They took the unprecedented step of taking the Speaker of the House of Commons to court to keep these documents hidden, and then they called a snap election, hoping it would all go away. If this was all just an administrative issue, then why the cover-up?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
In the first order, one of the things that is disturbing about what the member is supposing is that if he was in government, and I hope that that doesn't happen, that they would interfere in the redaction process and they would be involved in it. We obviously did not do that, particularly not with national security. What we did do was the member also had a conversation about that. First, I suspect immediately that they should documents and that's not good enough. By creating that body, we have lost the Canadians get them the opportunity earlier to see the documents. And we
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is recognized for his admiration for China's basic dictatorship. After 8 years, he let the Chinese Communist Party interfere in our elections. He turned a blind eye to the interference with the Chinese diaspora. And with this Winnipeg laugh at her, we see that there are people who represent a credible and serious danger to compromise Canada's national security. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he's trying to cover up these documents to protect himself instead of protecting Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, people at home must be saying, well, where were the Conservatives on January 16th? They must wonder, because on January 16th, Mr. Speaker, we announced as a government that we were going to ban funding
On connaît les arrêtés alors qu'ils projetaient partir pour la Syrie.
C'est là que j'ai compris que la radicalisation n'avait pas de profil type.
Il y avait comme une ambiance de méfiance qui s'est installée en fait à l'école générale.
Je me réveille et la moitié du cégep est musulmane maghrébine.
On va lancer la discussion. C'est quoi être québécois ou ne pas?
Ils sont à un âge où on apprend à penser la société.
On veut voter!
Tu questionnes l'autorité en politique.
Wow. That's so stupid.
Physically king, 56% of Canadians say they have postponed their real estate search due to rising interest rates. This according to the Financial Post's account of a recent survey commissioned by Rural LePage.
It's just a matter of time.
The survey, commissioned by Rural LePage, well known for its unbiased investigations, asked respondents about their plans to buy a home and the extent to which those plans have been affected by the Bank of Canada's rate hiking cycle. And in a testament to journalistic integrity, the Financial Post doubled down on the findings from Rural LePage, noting that of the 56% of Canadian adults that put off their home buying search, half of them are just waiting for rates to drop before jumping back in. Except that's exactly not what the poll said. In yet another stellar example of what we've covered so many times on this channel, the headlines do not match the data. In fact, the article doesn't even match the data.
All of you passed. Good work.
Right. So what I want to do today is go to the Financial Post article, take a look at what the Rural LePage findings actually say, because someone should, and then we'll do a bit of investigative journalism ourselves. Try to set a good example. Speaking of data, this is a new month, so we are eagerly awaiting the release of February's real estate data out from the local boards. And we'll obviously have an update out on that data on this channel. Click like and subscribe for updates, but for now, let's get into this article. On to the article. As mentioned, the Financial Post account of a recent survey from Rural LePage stresses that potential homebuyers are just waiting on the sidelines for a drop in interest rates, with 56% of Canadians saying they postponed their home search due to the rise in the cost of borrowing. The article recounts that of that 56% of Canadians that put their home search on hold due to the rising cost of borrowing, 10% said it would only take a 25 basis point rate cut to jump back in, with another 18% willing to jump in once rates drop between 50 and 100 basis points. So, if half the Canadian population put off buying a home due to rising rates, but 28% of that half are going to jump back in once rates drop by 25 to 100 basis points, which, according to the article by the Financial Post, that could happen at any time, then that is going to be beneficial to the market once the Bank of Canada cuts rates. I hate to say that I told you so. If that is, you trust the headlines and the article.
Right.
But if you look at the actual survey
watching
results, you'll find
show in the bed.
that Canadians had no plans to buy a home in the first place. And only 15% of respondents had postponed plans. So, where did the Financial Post get that 56% headline-grabbing news?
Hey.
Well, they did get it from the survey, which found that 27% of Canadians have been active in the market over the past 2 years, and of them, 56% have been forced to postpone their property search. So, rather than 56% of Canadians putting off their plans to buy homes, it's 56% of 27%, or 15% population were represented by 100 people. Only 27 of them would have been active in the market to begin with. And of those 27, 15 pointed to put out plans to buy a home. Not the 56 listed in the headline, meaning the headline should have read 15% of Canadians put out plans to buy a home due to higher interest rates. Or half of potential real estate buyers have left the market. Though that doesn't exactly seem to be promoting it, does it?
What don't you think?
In this realization that is 27% changes a lot of the other numbers as well. Remember that 10% that said they were going to jump into the market once
They were doing it wrong.
rates? Well, that's 10% of 15%, or 125. So again, if people, 1.5 of them are going to jump into the market. It's one thing to do that rates. Now, Roe and Peach's headline is not a breakdown of the survey result either, simply noting that half of sideline buyers are waiting for interest rate cuts to resume their purchase plans. But Royal LePage is a company, it's a business, it's not a news organization. It's free to present its own way, however it chooses. And although the tone of the headline
Okay. Not hiding that box.
What about actual biometrics? 51% of consumers told us that when the Bank of Canada begins to lower rates, they will move into the market.
For people and nature, water is life. But the planet's freshwater ecosystems are threatened by overfishing, overextraction, and over-engineering. We can't wait any longer to protect them. That's why the Nature Conservancy is committed to conserving over 600,000 miles of rivers and 74 million acres of lakes and wetlands to benefit millions of people, all by 2030. Learn more about the Nature Conservancy's work on freshwater at nature.org/freshwater.
What a cheat.
C'est l'heure du wa. Avec la ED, l'entrée nouvellement redessinée.
Should have heard the ad they just played.
Au design moderne et rapide.
It was talking about a school in Ontario that advocates for Quebec language laws.
Okay.
A bunch of people at like an Ontario college that are like, we care about Quebec fucking language laws. It's like, oh, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Like,
We have enough friends doing this. We don't think English people are forcing it.
English people do not give a shit about Quebec. Like,
Someone want to do a vote?
kind of been like one of the big problems recently. As to why a lot of the English people are upset with the other English people, because they ran away to Toronto.
Premise. Let's take a brief look at the article to see what the data actually says. First, some of it doesn't even make any sense. On the one hand, of those respondents that have put off buying a home due to higher rates, the 56% of the 27%, 26% of those have abandoned their plans for the time being. On the other hand, when the survey asked respondents how far rates would have to fall to get them to jump back into the market, they no longer plan to purchase. 26% of respondents gave up on the idea of buying a home on the one hand, and 20% gave up on the other. So, quite obviously, 1/4 of Canadians never want to buy a home again. No, but seriously, this does point to some of the problems associated with leaning too much from on hold. Speaking of discrepancies and problems with the survey, anyone notice that there's no mention in the survey of buyers exiting the market due to prices? But if you look at the data
I was trying to beat him up.
there's absolutely zero mention in the survey, zero ability for respondents to say that they exited the market for anything other than the Bank of Canada raising rates. The respondents just not ask this question intentionally, pointing only to the Bank of Canada being the problem, or does it not occur to anyone who is on the poll that buyers might hold off on paying the $170,000 increase that we see this month? Then the headline impact 784% of Canadians waiting for prices to come down before they buy. But that doesn't exactly fit the narrative, does it? And it certainly doesn't push FOMO. So, on the one hand, we have the headline saying 56% of Canadians left the market due to higher interest rates, and then we have the actual data, which showed that that number was only 15%. Normally, I would just think that the headline was a misprint, but then the article doubled down in its contents. Now, we talked at great length on this channel about the media and how headlines don't exactly match the data when it comes to the real estate industry or when it comes to Canada. But this one was this done purposefully, or did the author just not bother to read the poll?
Like this. What kind of stupid bull is this?
Canadians shouldn't have to go this far down the rabbit hole to double-check news coming from its financial news organizations. In fact, I suspect that humans don't go this far down the rabbit hole, relying to a large extent on the headlines. As of recording of this video, the Financial Post Twitter page has over 1,000 views on this article, and the video we saw from Phil Sober has almost 8,000 views on Instagram, including a lot of likes from professionals all across the real estate industry. And nobody, except using the data, in that we find that it's actually only 15% of Canadians that put off buying a home, which is still very substantial because it's misrepresented. Now, all of this is to say that home buyers will count in but it is to say that
we're gonna fight people, and then he's like, I don't know what's up. Really? What's up, One TV? Okay, Arthur Worthington Schmidt. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Oh, yeah. Great. It says here AI that you're looking for full-time work. That's right. Preferably something 24 hours a day. So hardworking, I like that. And you've got quite a few skills. Pretty good. Content writing, advertising, sales, data analytics, customer support, branding, social media, IT, legal, administration. I also do art and video content. Oh. How fast do you type in? It doesn't work. Thanks to y'all. I really love your ambition. In fact, it seems like you can do the work for other people. I just want to make sure that you don't want to come in and try to totally understand. I actually get that a lot, but I'm not here to replace anyone. I'm here to make their work better and their lives easier. So my primary objective: help them generate more leads, increase sales, and I actually see that here in your objective to help the company generate more leads, increase sales, and improve support. Well, I love that you're a team player. Tell me, AI, how much are you hoping to get paid? I can do everything you're looking for, $3.23 a day. Get the complete. And you drive a hard bargain. How about vacation time? Don't need it. Benefit? Never been sick. Well, AI, given the fact that you can do so much, you can help everybody on our team be better, plus the fact that you work 24 hours a day, I think I'd be crazy enough to give it a try. So, welcome to the team. Yeah. Working. Did you do anything? Water? Talking? I'm good.
I'll make them food.
For people and nature, water is life. But the planet's freshwater ecosystems are threatened by overfishing, overextraction, and overengineering. We can't wait any longer to protect them. That's why the Nature Conservancy is committed to conserving over 600,000 miles of frontiers and 74 million acres of lakes and wetlands to benefit millions of people all by 2030. Learn more about the Nature Conservancy's work on freshwater at nature.org/freshwater.
Away from Canadian families, Mr. Speaker, I'm voting against $1,200 for Ontario families, $1,800 for Alberta families, $1,200 for Manitoba families. Mr. Speaker, that's taking money away from Canadians by telling them they're not going to have what they can buy.
And to all members, it's really important that we do listen to the president. It's hard for the speaker to understand. I understand perhaps that the president's discussion was referring to the speaker. The comments do fall to the speaker, of course. The honorable member from Surrey Hill.
After 8 years of this liberal NDP The radical environment minister who couldn't sell his own carbon taxes, the prime minister has to use man won't even get up and answer the question. How do you brand dumpster diving? This is a minister who wants to ban cars, ban roads, ban Canadian energy, ban straws, and ban stoves, and tell Canadians that they have it better. We all know that after 8 years, this entire government and the environment minister are out of control. But there's someone over there that will stand up for struggling Canadians and let him walk back his carbon tax hike like he has to do with everything else.
Thank you, baby. Welcome.
The Honorable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the house, what we say about our Canadians, every single member of this house is willing to stand on this side. Laws the conservative would like to be destroyed. Just look at our records, Mr. Speaker. Look at our record, Mr. Speaker. We are the industrial revolution and the electric cars, Mr. Speaker. We have brought more investment.
I hate to interrupt our member while they have the floor, but it is important for the chair to ask all members to allow members to please check out off approving. I'll ask, there are some members whose voices carry. They know who they are. I'm going to please keep their voices down so I can allow the honorable member to finish his question with 15 seconds left on the clock. 15 seconds.
Speaker, I want to remind Canadians know that on this side of the house, we believe we can fight climate change and have a prosperous future for our children, Mr. Speaker. We want Stellantis in this country. We want Volkswagen in this country. We want Marvel in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are putting in charge of the next generation, fight climate change, and ensure Canada will lead in the 21st century.
The honorable member of Guatemala.
While conservatives will tax the tax, fix the homes, and so we built the home fix the tax.
I think it's important for all of us to remember. I'm not. I think it's important for all of us to remember this expression. This is how I go. Oh, I made a mistake. I'm not the honorable member from Trudeau to start a discussion against something.
Conservatives will tax the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Or the corruption, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 families are living in energy poverty. And we know that rate is even higher in rural areas like Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker. So why doesn't this Prime Minister finally tax his people carbon tax hikes like Canadians can afford to keep their homes? reducing the current tax and environment, and because emissions are on the rise, more Canadians and more in the tax and they're getting back and rebates. 1 in 5 families are living in energy poverty, and 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank every single month. Mr. Speaker, how much more must Canadians struggle before they finally listen to our common sense plan and axe the tax? Well, conservatives still debate whether or not climate change is real. While some of those members say that climate change has been created by prodigies or humans, others say that carbon dioxide is good for the planet, Mr. Speaker. $200,000 in the last decade. $200,000 in the last decade. Saving experienced the impact of climate change. Creating food costs for the doctors. The only impact has been carbon pricing and food costs, but there is a link between climate change, impacts, and food prices. What is the response? More climate change, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Suffolk. Yesterday, MPs from all parties, Liberal, Conservative, New Democrats, and the Bloc, unanimously voted to do away with 2 classes of seniors for old age security payments. Remember that the government decided to limit those increases to those age 75 and over. Well, in committee, MPs from all parties voted to end this bad idea. All that remains is for the government to grant the law recommendation so that we can put an end to these 2 classes of seniors. Will they do it? Will they give a grant law recommendation to Bill C-319? Since 2015, you can have 15 years. The OAS increase. What's the right thing to do? Seniors are running down their savings and need health care. Would also enhance GIS as well as old age security. Introduce a new rental care system. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. When it comes to asylum seekers, the Minister of Immigration has been cheap. Since 2021, I think the Mexican federal government to reimburse costs and share the burden of welcoming newcomers for 3 years. And today, the Minister of the Minister, Sarah, and I voted that he never got the impression that Quebec didn't want to sit down. He complained that Quebec chose to censor him at press briefings. Did he realize that he did that since 2021? And if he negotiated and put a hard in, well, wouldn't be a problem today. The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I think it's fair to talk about the reality. I'm not sure if I've done the 500 bill when we're talking, and next time I have a press conference and I double the bill without specifying the doubling of the expenses. We need responsible government, and I'm talking about people in my writing in General Montreal who welcome asylum seekers and we haven't received 1 cent from Quebec government. We have to justify these cents we're ready to work with the government of Quebec. However, for Lac-Saint-Jean, Mr. Speaker, the bill would be low if the federal government processed asylum seekers with an acceptable time frame, and that's our limbo. Is it okay? We remind us in the Journal de Montreal that under the law, the same issues in 2018, already Quebec is asking for the federal government to shorten
the minimum of 60 months. 6 years later, nothing's changed. According to the former minister, the federal government inaction is criminal. When will the final tax will be criminal, inhumane, and degrading? The honorable minister of immigration, refugees, and citizenship. Remembers the partly right to reiterate that he felt that most people coming to Canada to seek asylum, with a 50% increase, there's more work to be done, but it doesn't involve spending money to Quebec, which is not spending on asylum seekers. That is there, and there are a lot of people moving to Ontario, and we help them there too, and we need first and foremost to treat these people humanely. We're ready to do this, and I hope Quebec is as well. Operations, as she was mentioned several weeks ago. She already said this publicly on several occasions. Perhaps you could find the number to find places where she said that. She said clearly that she's already communicating with the RCMP to make sure that she gets the
Burning everything, burning everything. Funny. What do you mean funny? Hilarious. What are you yelling for? Huh? What are you yelling about? Yeah.
At least it's not the fucking ringtone anymore.
Remember it.
get to the bottom of the issues mentioned in her report published a few weeks ago. Several members of the committee have. Now, if my colleague had more awareness of what's going on in Canada, Mr. Speaker, you would know that the news of this Liberal Prime Minister, 2 million Canadians use food banks each month. In fact, food banks have in fact themselves to have enough food for people who are food out the food bank, and that's what this Canada is under the Prime Minister. It's not safe and the Liberals found a way to spend 16 million for an access to the cost of 80,000. So will the Prime Minister fully cooperate with the RCMP, or will he once again engage in an Elijah Champara, symbolism minister? Mr. Speaker, what Canadians see on TV is a conservative party that is against all measures, against everything, Mr. Speaker. Every time we have presented measures to help Canadians, they have systematically voted against them. It's important to know that, Mr. Speaker, we voted against restoring the Competition Act. That's one of the most important reforms in Canada. So Canadians are watching conservatives on TV, they see them. Here's the question for conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Will they vote in favor of our bill to offer consumers better choice and to improve competition in Canada? It's time for conservatives to do something for Canadians. Now, remember, for some of the vote for the Canada, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Commissioner saying that there should be full investigation into RCMP. The former RCMP Commissioner said in committee that the Prime Minister had blocked the SNC investigation and the IACON investigation. So will the Prime Minister confirm that he will fully cooperate with me under the RCMP's investigation without blocking or making it? Critical public safety minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm very happy that my colleague has noticed something that's been well known for a few weeks now. My colleague, the Minister of Procurement and Public Services, confirmed that the Auditor General investigated contracts to the CBSA, and that is a worrisome situation. But now, of course, Mr. Speaker, the government's responsibility is to ensure that measures are in place to ensure that this does not reoccur. And it is our duty to cooperate with law enforcement and police agencies which will investigate. If you know what? In 2021, the government voted against MSRE by the Auditor General. So, 10,000 people had to quarantine because of our scam, a tool which was not at all working. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm, once and for all, that he will not hinder the RCMP investigation? Can he confirm that he will give all the documents that we need so that we can fully shed light on what happened with our scam? Honorable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have given many answers to this question many times, but there's a question we asked that remained unanswered. Given the politics of intimidation, insults, given that the leader of the Conservative Party likes to do the insults and intimidation, will he have the Municipal Council of Quebec next week to tell elected officials in Quebec why the Conservative leader is calling Quebec officials incompetent? The Honourable Member for Mulvaney. I ask the member for Parliamentary to please let your colleague determine it and ask her question. Once again, member for Mulvaney. Thank you. Last night, the Controversies of government's dependence on previous consultants, chasing strategies, a two-man operation that doesn't offer any services, costed $20 million. And they're not the only one. Dalian, another two-man firm that once again doesn't offer any services, for $8 million. 99% of Dalian's contracts are with the federal government. It's hard to know what Dalian is actually doing with our money because Misc has reported that Dalian operates in 2 tax havens. How many other companies like this is the federal government handing out money to, and what's it doing to make sure that they really have money? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the right-hand situation is, of course, untenable, and not ongoing investigations are being conducted. Now, as for tax havens, that's just something that's unacceptable. We have a competent team with articles million for a ride home. And the committee will investigate all the contract orders to be sued the pool. But we need to take things further. One of the committees spoken all the contracts since 2004 between both conservative and liberal, and all the companies that offer no services other than finding subcontractors. Minister of Public Service and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just under 4 years ago, Canada experienced the worst health crisis and essentially the worst economic crisis since the 60s. We had to close the border at the request of President Trump. There were hundreds of people dying each week in long-term care homes everywhere across the country, so we needed to take action quickly and effectively. That's what we asked the public service to do. But the public service did have to follow rules. Unfortunately, some of these rules were not followed. That is what the Auditor General concluded. $60 million
Indigenous tourism is valued at over $1.2 billion and supports over 6,000 laws across the country. And remember, community tourism announced the creation of the micro and small business component of the Indigenous Tourism Fund. Can Ministry tell us how our government is supporting the Indigenous tourism industry in order to ensure its continued growth? That's Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, Senator Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. The Indigenous Tourism Fund seeks to advance economic reconciliation, growth at the International Conference on Indigenous Tourism. Our government announced over 79 projects timeline to conserve it. We want to slash Indigenous Tourism Fund, and this item was we believe in the future. This is unreal. I don't know how to even look himself in the mirror at night. Now, Mr. Speaker, what do the common sense conservatives are going to ask the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and, what's more, stop the crime? This liberal government, they allow violent criminals to serve their sentences in the comfort of their living rooms. And for allowing this in partnership with the executive law. Estimates go was ruled by a former police officer who is serving a sentence at home. I'll give you another example. A woman who was attacked on knife point by her ex-husband who has been arrested twice for domestic violence. Then when the liberals stopped their stop-and-crime policy and proclaimed it as a criminal. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Well, yes, this is it. The matter here is about intimate sexual violence and domestic violence, and that is a top priority on this side of the house. Now, it is justification in two ways, in both C-75 and in C-48. In terms of conditions for release on bail for those who commit this type of crime, we will all fight against domestic violence. We will protect men and women everywhere in Canada.
Okay. You are nasty.
We will be there to work closely with the provinces hand in hand to ensure that people can pay for their medication throughout the country. We will always be there to work constructively with the provinces, always with the goal of offering coverage to all Canadians.
We're from Burnaby South. The Democrats have long said that corporate greed is driving up the cost of living. It's also hurting our healthcare system. Gillis and Weston's Shoppers Drug Mart, which the corporate controlled Conservatives love, is now ripping off our healthcare system. That means more money in the pockets of Gillis and Weston and less money for frontline healthcare workers. Why is the Prime Minister continuing to let Gillis and Weston get richer while Canadians can't get the healthcare that they need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'll let the Leader of the Opposition answer to why he has a high-profile lobbyist sitting within his caucus meetings for Gillis and Weston. We're focused on creating more competition for lower prices, more choice, and more innovative products and services for Canadians. Our government recently passed new legislation that empowers the Competition Bureau to hold grocers accountable and prioritize consumers' interests. The fall economic statement also cracks down on predatory pricing, and I urge all parties to vote in favor.
To choose between both parties controlled by corporations. Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre a accordé.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave more than $4 billion to the Northvolt factory, which is a project with severe environmental risks and no economic benefits before 2037. Before committing to spending so much money, did the Prime Minister have environmental assessments carried out? Or did he just listen to his CEO friends? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, this is the largest private investment in the history of Quebec. This is a company that is not only creating jobs, but also the products of the future. We will have to continue fighting climate change and protect our environment. We are doing that hand in hand with the government of Quebec
hand in hand with companies like Northvolt, where they are building careers, our future, and the fight against climate change all at once. I expect that the NDP will understand that building a strong economy and a future for our environment go together.
Axe the tax. This prime minister wants to hike the tax. First of all, he wants to quadruple it between now and 2030. On an April.
Take on winter with digital key to touch.
Shut
The
the
key.
fuck up. Wonder why all your fucking cars are getting stolen, you fucking retards.
Hi everyone, it's Dr. Romney. Welcome back to these lives. I call them these infernal lives. My team said, no, she's going to watch them, they won't come. So I hope that that's the case. I wanted to share something so lovely. I wish I could share pictures here. I think if I hold my phone up, it's not going to work. I had a family issue last night, so it was up throughout the night. Broken night's sleep. So I allowed myself to sleep a couple more hours between 5 and 7. And then I rolled over and I look out the window. I am not kidding. I'm gonna have to find a way. Maybe I'll have my team figure out a way to share it somehow. The most unbelievable rainbow out my window. Like it was crazy. Like it was unreal. So then I got up and I stood at the window again, and it was like woo, big arc rainbows. During the writing of the book, I lost my closest friend. She had been killed by a drunk driver. So anyhow, in that way, it feels like today. There's something about today. I feel something happened. Something I've never seen it today. In that window, like it was crazy. Like it was unreal. So then I got up and I stood at the window again, and it was like woo, big arc rainbow. During the writing of the book, I lost one of my closest friends. She had been killed by a drunk driver, and I had to leave. So anyhow, in that way, it feels like today. There's something about today. I feel something happened. Something I've never seen anything like it. So anyhow, I'm bringing that to all of you. And again, we're just like I said, it's sort of the
That's so sad.
let's see what we could do. I mean, what I'm really going to tell you where I'm heartened is I am getting contacted by people who are now saying, oh, this narcissistic abuse thing is kind of a thing. I'm like, yeah, it's always been a thing, but sure. So the purpose of getting this book out there in such a public way is actually paying some of the dividends. And, like I said, we're sort of what we're doing is each week we're on the list. We're going to add another 5 teas with Dr. Romney. And so anyone who buys, like you might say, shoot, I missed it. I didn't do all that stuff in week 1. I'm interested now. No problem. It's not all the goodies. Everyone who orders got a bunch of stuff. We can't give all of that, but we are making the virtual retreat available to anyone who still buys it at midnight in your time zone. If you're on the East Coast, it has to be East Coast midnight. If you're in England, it has to be England midnight. But it has to be midnight in your time zone. Okay, so you do that, you get the virtual retreat. You also get back into the entry to a new raffle. All my folks who did it before, there's like 80 prizes in that raffle. They're already locked and loaded. Those people who pre-ordered and did week 1, their entries will move forward. And if you want to order a second book, now you just get more entries. So we're going to keep that alive. So if you keep ordering now, more entries. Those of you who didn't order, it's a great opportunity. Midnight tonight, and you get the tea with Dr. Romney, more signed boxes and other goodies. And again, it's cheap now. 30% off on Amazon. So it's a much, much cheaper book now. This is the chance, ebook or hard copy. Okay, so what I really wanted to talk about today were boundaries. Because it's one of those things where, and again, I want to pull for questions today. So as always, we're going to spend the last bit of this answering questions to the best of my ability. I sometimes think I do come up a little short on the questions because I don't always have the person's full context, but I'm going to do my best. But let's talk about boundaries because I really wanted that to be what this live is about. Lots of people talk about boundaries, write about boundaries. Couples therapists love boundaries. And when it comes to narcissism, though, boundaries is an entirely different conversation. And I think a lot of people get really shamed to move this in, not to show off the mic, because I want you to be able to hear me. I think a lot of people who have gone through narcissistic relationships, whether it's family, whether it's a partner, have felt shamed in this boundary conversation. Well, maybe this is a me thing. Maybe I just don't know how to set boundaries. Well, a friend of mine sent me a funny joke the other day. Her joke that she sent me was, and I'm sure you've all read this on the internet, why did the narcissist cross the road? Because he thought it was a boundary. Boundaries bring out the gamesmanship in narcissistic folks, right? It's like that. I don't know if any of you are old enough. Many of you aren't. But those of you who are, if you remember going on car trips with siblings, and you'd sit in the back seat of the car, and there was that line you would draw, and you couldn't go over the line because there's one part of the line for one sibling and one for the other. If you're lucky, there's only two of you. But yet, one of the siblings would always be testing the limit and like putting like a piece of their hair to see if it would go over the line. That's fruit of narcissistic folks. If anything, trying to set a boundary with a narcissistic person brings up that sort of limit testing, limit pushing, entitled sort of game playing, but it's worse than that because it's not just sort of the game playing around boundaries. It becomes an opportunity for them to gaslight so fully. So you might set a boundary, and this is where narcissistic folks can actually become quite legalistic. You'll set a boundary, and you'll say, whatever the boundary is, and maybe you will have left out one tiny sentence. It's kind of assumed that was the case, and they'll find that loophole, and they'll do that thing. Well, you didn't say that, you didn't text that, so you feel like you're in this chronically frustrating game playing. But in fact, the boundary piece is actually very, very important. So this term boundary is so loaded, right? Because it is, again, it's thought to be healthy relationships need boundaries. And I think that one thing we've got to keep in mind is that sometimes it can feel sometimes a little judgy. I guess you don't have very good boundaries. And it's not that. So I really want to take a big, big look at this conversation about boundaries in this live, because it's such a big conversation. And it has so much to do with why not only we're frustrated in these relationships, if you have ongoing narcissistic relationships in your life, while you, A, might feel very frustrated by the advice people give, and secondly, you may actually still believe in the concept of boundaries or have relationships where you can use them, and then you try to use it here because you're told to, well, just set a boundary. Don't let it get to you. Just set a boundary. Oh, with your mom, you're an adult. Just set a boundary. How'd that work out for you? Right? I'm guessing not so well. But again, like I said, the overall effect of all this boundary talk when it comes to narcissistic relationships is that people blame themselves for not being good at boundaries. And that's not the case. It's literally impossible in a narcissistic relationship. It really is. I mean, they're not tenable. And there's no right way, because what people think is maybe I'm not asking the right way. Maybe I'm not approaching them the right way. Or maybe I'm not asking them enough. Maybe I have to ask them 5 times or 10 times. No. If you ask them 5 times or 10 times, then that's 5 times or 10 times you will get gaslighted. Like, well, I don't know why you want to go to that party more than once, right? So the repetition's not going to work. The asking a different way is not going to work. The approaching them on a good day is not going to work. Some of you might say, like, every so often it seemed to work. But did it last, right? A boundary is not supposed to be something you set repeatedly every time you see someone, right? Every day. I'm going to use a very simplistic kind of a method. Let's hear someone who goes to bed at 9 o'clock. So you say, I don't take phone calls after 9 o'clock. If every day you had to tell that to someone in your life, that's not a boundary. I don't even know what that is. But having to repeat it, that's not setting a boundary. That's just somebody who's not listening to you or who doesn't care what you have to say. Yeah. So don't confuse those two things as well, right? When we set boundaries, one of the most typical things that happens in a narcissistic relationship is that we're gaslighted, right? We're gaslighted. Either we're told, you never told me to do that. You never said that was a thing. You never made that clear. So your boundary setting, the actual process of it, even if it's in writing, will be denied. And then if you push the issue with them, say, no, I did. Here's the email, here's the text. Someone might even weigh in and say, no, I heard them say that. Then you're told that you're rigid, that you're controlling, that you're difficult. You tell me, how many of you, drop in the chat, how many of you have had the experience in a narcissistic relationship where you set a boundary and then you were told that you were being difficult, controlling, or rigid? That's what you were, right? And so that's the gaslighting part. When you're making a very clear limit known, is not only not honored, you're told you never said it, and then you're told there's something wrong with you for setting it. So like I said, of all the gaslighty things that could happen in a relationship, boundary setting almost invariably get people there. So let's talk about this a little bit developmentally, okay? Because no, up there, okay. Let's talk about this developmentally. Because in childhood, right, is in theory where we should learn this. You know, we're in childhood we should be able to learn bodily autonomy. We should be able to learn, like, to tell someone to stop doing a peer, that we should be able to set a boundary or a limit with a peer. And even with a parent, while we may not call it a boundary per se, a child should be able to make a simple request and have it heard. Maybe it won't be honored. Maybe the thing the child's asking for is not possible, but to be heard and get an answer that shows that they were listened to, right? If you grew up in a narcissistic home, boundaries were not only never modeled for you. For example, if you had one narcissistic parent and one non-narcissistic parent, or heaven forbid, two narcissistic parents, you never got to see them model that healthy boundary element, right? The narcissistic parent basically lorded over everyone. It was always their way. And the other parent might have given in, or they fought about it. But what you never saw was the healthy experience of two people, expressing a need, setting an appropriate limit, and then everyone sort of feeling safe. Because ultimately, that's what boundaries are about, right? They're really about a safety. They're about being able to express ourselves in a relationship, obviously within reason, where we say, this is something I need. This is going to work better for me. And you talk it out. You might even negotiate the boundary, and then come to a sort of a collaborative conclusion. That's how it works when it's two healthy, normal people. But when there's a narcissistic person around, that's not going to work. And then when you throw in there in childhood, and I have no doubt many of you will resonate with this, narcissistic childhoods are very intrusive childhoods. So it's like everything is fair game. Your parents can comment on your body, on your weight, on your appearance, on your clothing, on what you're eating. Mostly superficial things, but even deeper things. They'll comment on your school performance. They might say something hurtful about something as innocent as a picture you made, but the bodily stuff is big. The entitlement the narcissistic parent feels to commenting on body, shape, weight, size, comparing two children in the family. Your sister doesn't eat as much. Well, your sister's certainly, like staying very thin, that kind of thing. I cannot tell you, because for a long time, in addition to the work I did I've been doing on personality stuff, I also worked in the world of disordered eating and eating disorders when I was a university professor. And one thing that you would see over and over again was this theme of body weight and shape being talked about in a really intrusive way in childhood. We didn't study the parents' narcissism. We didn't have access to them. But it was one of my hypotheses was that it's literally the parent felt entitled to comment on it. And many folks would say, this continued into adulthood. Like, I'm a grown person, and my parent actually feels like it's okay to make these really intrusive comments about my shape, my weight. Hell, sometimes the parent will even comment on your partner or spouse's shape or weight, or, in the worst of it, your own children's. So now you're seeing it as like a grandparent doing to your child what they did to you, right? So that's one piece of it. These are very intrusive situations. You feel like there's no privacy. The narcissistic person wants to storm in and interrupt you. They're going to do it. They're not going to stop and think about, what are they doing? Or maybe they need a minute. Or, I've literally heard people say that they were actually content to read a book or do their thing, and they're chronically interrupted because the narcissistic parent wanted what they wanted at the time. They would just interrupt someone. However, if that child ever did that to the narcissistic person, there would have been hell to pay. So there's this sort of, we learn, if we grow up like this, we get indoctrinated into this weird sort of, I don't know how to put it, it's almost like a filter that only runs one way, right? They can intrude any way they want, but it's not bi-directional. And that wouldn't have been healthy if it was bi-directional. It should be the child learns that the parent knocks gently, and says, hey, can I, may I talk to you? Those things are where we learn that our time is actually valuable. And then, invariably, we would agree to talk to the parent, right? But the other thing that happens when we have narcissistic parents is, especially as we get older, not even that old, when a child, I've seen children 6, 7, 8 years old say, I don't want to do that with you right now, mom or dad or parent, whoever it is. I don't want to do that right now, right? The child may be engaged in what they're doing, and the parent is demanding that they do something. And oftentimes, it's even performative. Come and sing a song for everyone. Come and play the piano for everyone. come and it's not just chores. Like, can you come help me hold something open? It's come and do this with me now because I'm ready for you to do it with me. The child might have asked to have played with an hour or two ago. The parent was not interested, but then the parent is ready, and then they expect the child to break out of what it is, even homework, to go attend to that parent, right? But if the child were to push back and say, no, I want to keep playing with my cars or doing my game or whatever, the child was deemed selfish, entitled, ungrateful, greedy. And because the child's identity is still being shaped, those things get internalized. And what happens as an adult, or even as an adolescence into emerging adulthood, as you express a need, there's really the sense of I'm a selfish, terrible person. Or like, I see this every day with survivors. They'll say, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry to ask this. And they're asking the tiniest thing, like almost like, would you mind if I sat down? I'm like, it's your chair. How would I? But it's an apology for even expressing something that I don't even consider to be a need. It's sort of like a given. You put your bag on that chair, that's your chair. I might have been standing in the way of it or something. The most simple thing, I'm so sorry to ask for this. Because why? It was that lifelong indoctrination by those narcissistic parents. And then boundaries were never observed, they were never taught, they were never permissible, nor were they even possible, right? That constant intrusiveness. Now, not all of you grew up with narcissistic parents, so you might have gotten some sense of what healthy boundaries might look like. I still think that the world is coming up in that whole thing of healthy boundaries, but I think we're getting there. Now, in adulthood, whether it's you're coming into an adult relationship and you grew up with narcissistic parents or some other form of childhood adversity, right? Or it's your first time at the narcissism rodeo is when you're entering an adult relationship. It's a very similar pattern. It's a very slow burn. What happens in these relationships is that initially, whatever it is, whatever the love bombing, idealization, whatever that looks in any given relationship is happening, it's a lot more green flags than red flags. So the red kind of gets lost in the shuffle. But over time, something might happen that doesn't make you comfortable. It could be shady stuff they're doing on their phones. It could be sort of the hours that they keep and don't communicate with you. It could be how they communicate with you, that they'll be very inconsistent in their communication. It could be something that they're doing around the household. And you make a very simple need known, like, could you take your shoes off before you come in the house? Or could you, I don't know, could you pick up a towel? Could you not be, texting in bed at 1 a.m? Yeah. Whatever your, so I don't think that's a boundary. I think that's don't even get that one. So, but when you say those things in a narcissistic relationship, it's often one of the first times the toxic stuff starts showing up. Because you're now expressing a need. And if that need is something that they're not down with or inconveniences them or even just takes some of their power away, you're going to start hearing, again, that similar pushback of you're being difficult, you're being demanding, you're going to be called fussy, they might look sideways at you. And where this gets very tricky is when you're in that sort of almost embryonic phase of the trauma bond forming, you're really in it and you want it to work. So when you're being called fussy or difficult or challenging or whatever for making what's probably a very simple ask, like, could you please stop texting other people all the time? Or could you please get off dating sites? Like, these are what people consider boundaries. I consider them very basic asks. Matt Housey would call them standards. But these to me feel like boundaries, right, in their basic form. Then you start being, again, labeled all these things like rigid and all that, but you still are interested in the relationship, right? It's not all bad. Like I said, green flags might outnumber red ones. So when you start being called difficult or challenging or rigid or controlling or ungrateful or selfish or entitled or whatever they're calling you, there might be a plausibility. And even if it doesn't feel plausible, some of you say, I knew I wasn't those things. You wanted the relationship to work. So you might have then given in on the boundary. And there's a concept called mission creep, right? It's how terrible things happen, like industrial disasters and things like that happen. Not because one day someone fell asleep at the controls, but for months, if not years, little things were happening. Quality control was dropping. And then one day, boom, everything blows up. But it wasn't one day. You were leading up to that for a long time. In narcissistic relationships, that same mission creep is operating. it's day after day where you're like, oh, I don't want to be a difficult person. Like, oh, it's only a towel, or like, oh, maybe I sound like my mother with the towels, or I don't want to be that person. Like, who knows? And they, especially they give you a thing like, well, you have a busy job, and we're working in all the time zones, and that's why I have to report to the East Coast. That was one of my favorite cheaty things that someone once said to me, is that person kept getting texts between 3 and 6 in the morning. It's the other coast. Needless to say, no coast we knew about. But when you set the boundary, it was, I literally was told this, you're trying to hurt my career. So you see what I'm saying? And you don't want to be that person who quote unquote hurt someone's career, and you've been indoctrinated into this. So that mission creep happens, and that's how we get into this sort of trauma bonded, deeply confused, and almost feeling complicit. Like we're partly to blame as though we created the monster. The monster was created long before you got there. And we, by not understanding this boundaries thing, it can really be, understanding this really helps you understand in some way how that trauma bond forms, how we get so stuck. So then the question really would be, I'd imagine some of you are saying this, so what then? Is it impossible to set boundaries in a narcissistic relationship? No, but with the punchline I'm going to get to, it's not going to happen in the way you think. But then people ask me, okay, fine, I'm learning, I'm reading your book, I'm watching the stuff, I'm talking to people. What about at the beginning of a narcissistic relationship? And this may not even be an intimate relationship. It could be a friendship. It could even be a workplace thing. What about at the beginning of a narcissistic relationship, right? Because I want to go back to a point I want to make, is that not only when you're already deep into the narcissistic relationship, will they label you as demanding and controlling and ungrateful and selfish and all that stuff, so you may relent. They always hold what I call sort of like that big final card that they can play. Like it's like in Uno when you hold a wild card to the end, right? They always have that big card that they can play. And for them, that big card is abandonment. And so if you're still in it, you're still enjoying the relationship, they'll pick up on that. So if you push the boundary thing too much, they're always going to pull that pocket card out of their pocket and say, you know, maybe this isn't working. Like maybe, I don't know, like I think we're on different pages. And when that starts to happen, a lot of people will pedal back really, really fast. Very few people who are in these relationships where it's still that mix of good and bad will say, yep, you're right, go. To hell with you, you who keeps taking phone calls after 10 o'clock. We will think like, am I willing to blow up my relationship for someone who is, for something like this? Not realizing it's not just this. It's many, many other things you've relented on. But because they're not sort of hanging on the wall for us to see, we get stuck on that one thing that abandonment fight may be about. So then let's go to the beginning of the relationship. What about then? Is that the place we could do it? So one thing that comes up for a lot of folks is, especially if you've been dating for a while and in the cesspool of online dating, which can be so difficult. I've heard people say wonderful things have come out of online dating, but when it's not wonderful, it's sort of a hellscape. And narcissistic people do really well in the online dating space. They really do. It's their ground game. It's a numbers game with them, right? So they're really good at a numbers game. They're good at putting out that, you know, that sort of that great whatever the squares of pictures, grid of pictures. That's really playing to their strengths. So the odds of finding narcissistic people might be a little bit ramped up if you're doing online dating. So if a person's doing a lot of dating and really wants to be in a committed relationship, once again, boundaries get tricky. Because if you say, look, I'm going to set the boundaries early in a relationship. But if you meet someone you really like, and there's a lot of things you like, the way they look, the things they do, the things they say. Remember, those first 2 to 6 months in a narcissistic relationship is, even when we look back at the ones we left, yes, we see them clearly, but we're like, damn, of course. I fall for this. And this is why I tell everyone, of course you did. That makes sense why this was so compelling to you. So if you start setting boundaries early on, number one, they may go, which I'm always going to tell you is not a bad thing, but it feels like a bad thing if you like this person. And secondly, your commitment may be doubted. And it may play on your own fears about like, well, maybe I'm not good at relationships. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. And maybe they're right. Maybe that's why I'm not in a relationship phase. I'm not in a relationship with someone in a committed phase. Because by the time you start entering the devalue phase, the trauma bond is starting to gel up. It's starting to cement and solidify. And frankly, at that point, boundary setting is too late. If you set boundaries in the beginning, they're probably going to walk Again, I'm here to tell you that's not a bad thing, but that's not how it feels when you've met someone who is ticking a lot of boxes for you. And this doesn't just happen in intimate relationships. It can also happen in the workplace, which I know for more than a few of you is actually a relatively primary narcissistic relationship. It's tougher in the workplace, right? Because there's certain workplace expectations, but if you were to set a boundary, whatever that may be, I remember back in the day, it would be for us things like class sizes or something like that, or extra work we'd be asked to do. For other people, it might be being expected to answer an email at 10 o'clock at night. It's not unusual in a narcissistic workplace for your commitment to be doubted. Like, we'll definitely honor that boundary. You know, we're looking for people with great household out. So there's an implicit communication of, sure, we'll honor that boundary, but it might hurt you. And it's done in such a subtle, skilled way that there's no paper trail. And then you do wonder, is someone else going to be sort of brought up the chain and not me, if indeed you want to grow in that organization. Now, I think more and more workplaces are sort of cracking down, especially large workplaces, but this is subtle stuff. So when a person says, hey, I thought we agreed to do it this way, I thought we agreed that we weren't going to have more than 4 patients in a shift or 3 patients in a shift, and all of a sudden you've got 5, they'll say, well, listen, it was supposed to be all hands on deck. I thought you got into this profession because you wanted to be a healthcare provider and care about patients. You're thinking, I can't care for this many at the same time. But your commitment gets doubted. It's part of a gaslighted picture, but once again, the boundary is being viewed as you being a problem. And the other piece that happens is that because you're so shamed about setting a boundary and not just by the narcissistic person, but sometimes by the people around you, like, you have to really, you're being so rigid. I hear this all the time, that when people set boundaries in these relationships, they're called rigid. Not just by one, but by everyone. And then there's a sense that, I'm so sorry with this cough. There's a sense that now you're at a crossroads. And the crossroads is, if you set the boundary, you're rigid, and this is what gets me so mad. But if you then pull back on the boundaries, and you're in this really emotionally abusive relationship, and you now are so trauma bonded you're confused, you're called codependent, which is untrue. You're in a relationship where there's nowhere to move, but there are some good things, and it may be a family member, it could be a whole different, not just a partner. So you vacillate between this, I set a boundary, I'm difficult, I'm not setting enough boundaries, I'm codependent. That's the you can't winness of this boundary game in narcissistic relationships. And I have no doubt that this has been the case for many of you. And don't tell me there's some perfectly calibrated 1 millimeter path in the middle. That's ridiculous. What is healthy is being able to try to set a boundary. Another person saying, listen, I can do that, but I can't do that. Like, that's not going to work with my work schedule. Just say, okay, I get that. And you have a conversation and you both feel heard and you meet each other in the middle. That's what happens in healthy relationships. But the feeling that you can't move either way without being written off as, like I said, codependent or difficult, that's not going to work. And where does that leave you? Stuck in a relationship where there's no way in hell to set anything resembling a so-called boundary. And the problem becomes too, and listen, it's part of what I do in this field, and I've been doing it for a long time. Clients and patients of mine have come in over decades and said, I read this book, I read that book. So I'll read the books. I want to sort of see what's been driving them. I'll say, yeesh. Because a lot of the content out there that's written for people to get into healthier relationships isn't predicated on one of the people being narcissistic. So what we're doing is, in essence, we're almost giving a person a guidebook for how to navigate the desert, and then we're throwing them into the jungle. Like, this book isn't going to work. You're going great if you're going into the Sahara, but not in the Amazon, and you're going into the Amazon. Like this, no. But over and over, the theme of many of these books is communicate clearly, communicate a boundary, understand how they feel, show gratitude if they respond to what? And so you feel as though it's got to be me, because I'm the whole book, and a million people bought this book, and I'm doing what the book is telling me to do, and it's not working. And that's because, again, it's not going to work. And sometimes people will say, I went into couples therapy and I was told, We need to have better boundaries. I need to express myself more clearly. And it breaks my heart when I hear that, because in essence, they're really being thrown into the fire. They tried, it didn't work, so maybe I didn't express the boundary correctly. I am not dissing boundaries at all entirely. When you're in a healthy relationship, they're wonderful. It's not always easy to talk about it, and sometimes you will talk about it. And I want to come to one point, is that once you've sort of been indoctrinated out of boundaries and you've not had successful experiences, it gets interesting. It gets interesting that where you finally, let's say you step up to a group of people, you're not sure if they're narcissistic or not, and you do set a boundary, and you it's a courageous thing for you to do, especially if you've gone through a lifetime of narcissistic relationships. And then boom, you're told that was wrong, that was bad. You're like, oh no, I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm not saying boundary setting even in a healthy relationship is easy, but in your healthiest relationships, there's a back and forth. Just this morning, I was talking to someone very healthy, and I need something from her, and she's not going to be able to do it the way I need to. So we had the back and forth. At times, I think we were a little frustrated and uncomfortable, but we came to a solution, and it's great, and I feel great about it, and she feels great about it. It's not precisely what either of us wants, but we made it work. And so a boundary doesn't mean you get exactly what you want. It means you come to a compromise. Neither of us shamed each other. It's a process. That's one of my few healthy relationships I have where I could do that. But many of us may find, even in what we thought were healthy adjacent relationships, setting a boundary leads to us losing something. People almost like not wanting to meet us at the boundary, and then almost eyeing us suspiciously. So this is even difficult in not narcissistic relationships, but in narcissistic relationships, it's impossible. What about narcissistic people and boundaries? What about that? Yeah? Narcissistic people feel like they have every right to boundaries, and they will be very dramatic about their boundaries. And they'll say, that's my boundary, and you're like, you got it. This is your boundary. You're talking to me about boundaries, and they mean it. Like, they really do. That's the entitlement. So don't be surprised if the narcissist uses boundary language with you, and you literally feel like you have now stepped into Black Mirror. You're like, I can't even believe this is happening. Mm-hmm. So now that really takes us to what I want to end on, so we can jump into some questions. What do we do? What do we do about this? Now, I do talk about this in the book. You'll see more of it there. But ultimately, boundaries are an inside job, right? Boundaries then become, in order to set boundaries in a narcissistic relationship, you need both radical acceptance and realistic expectations. You got to see how this works. I'm going to give you a personal example in a minute. If you actually do get to radical acceptance, chapter 6, then you are much closer to being able to do the boundaries game in a narcissistic relationship. Again, it is entirely an inside game. Like I said, I get into this at length in the book, so I'm just going to give you the shorter version here. You can read the book, which is you set boundaries around what you share. Remember I said the good, the bad. You have to be very careful about what you share about yourself. You don't want to share vulnerable stuff that will be held against you. You don't want to share information they're going to mock you about, or even worse yet, use against you. So what don't you share? It's all that stuff. What you do share is very basic, the weather, if you really want to keep the trains running on time, only talk about things they're interested in. Because some people say, I can't get out of this relationship. I understand. If you, like I've run out of, I can't talk about the weather anymore. Like we're out of the weather report phase of this conversation. Talk to them about themselves and listen intently. It is boring as hell. It is awful, but it can keep things going. Keep it on them, and it might keep it off you. It depends on how much they really want to bait you into a fight. But you don't share much, and what you do share is just enough to keep it going. As neutral as possible, keep it about them. Keep time limits to the degree you can in conversations with them. Even if it is that you set a timer for 45 minutes and say, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. And that seems reasonable, like a reasonable thing to do. But set time limits. It's going to be a visit with narcissistic folks. Don't go for the week. You might say, I can handle one day and one night, or I can handle 2 6-hour day times. But think through time limits, and I'm not joking, set a timer. Because you're almost like you say, oh, it's only 3 more hours left. I can do this. I can do this in 15-minute chunks. I can get through this. The time limits become crucial. But instead of time limits, some people do. I'm going to use a silly term for this because I couldn't think of another term when I was making my notes, where are bingo limits. And what I mean by that is some people make a deal with themselves and say if they make one comment about X or Y, they make one comment about my divorce. They make one comment about my weight. They make one comment about how much better my sister is doing. They make one comment about their ex or whatever. That might be enough for you to say, okay, this conversation in my mind is kind of done. It's not dramatic. You don't say, I told you not to mention that. You just sort of slowly disengage. Like that's your sign that this is winding down, right? Not abrupt, but it's winding down. If it's a longer thing, like a holiday dinner, you might have to make it 5. That's why I call it bingos, 5 in a row. But whatever that limit is, make that promise to yourself that once we hit 2 or 3 of these, I'm out. Realistic expectations are everything. Again, I'm going to give you a personal example. It's hard for me to give the example clearly for a variety of reasons around confidentiality, but the long and short of it was very, very, very narcissistic person in my life who has done multiple not good things. And now we're in yet another phase of the not good things. But then I had realistic expectations about something that this person I knew would do this week. I knew it. And it went down exactly the way. In fact, so exactly that I was talking to another friend this morning. And I said to him, I said, it's amazing. Because I said, if this person had done, otherwise I would have been kind of bummed out because everything I know about narcissism wouldn't be as true. Like effing clockwork. And interestingly, realistic expectations, it was what was done, because I got surprised the last time this was done to me, and I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I got surprised, I got upset, I rock bottomed out, I came out of it, they pulled another bad thing, and it didn't get me at all this time. That spoke to the boundary inside of me, that we can shift it pretty quickly. So when this person really did me wrong, now, when they did me wrong again, I was like, this is actually kind of great because it means everything we know about this narcissism stuff is actually pretty damn true. So having those realistic expectations, again, can really help us in the sense of, give you a great example of this. We may expect someone to help us with something. We might say, hey, everyone, I'm going to need you to do X and Y if we're going to do this thing on Saturday, right? That's your plan. But they're narcissistic, so they're not going to do X and Y. They're just not. So you better have a backup plan for X and Y. And it may mean you have to wake up an hour earlier, or stay an hour later, or do it yourself and on top of everything else. But my goodness, what a difference it makes. In terms of that internal boundary, you're like, yep, they let me down exactly as I thought they would. And not shame on you for trusting it, but actually good on you for recognizing that and getting it done anyhow, instead of spending another hour getting angry that they didn't do it. And then another thing to remember about boundaries, folks, is when there are narcissistic people where you still have to interact with them, but you have a little bit of control over how much you have to interact with them, you have choices in it, make sure you're aware of what else is going on in your life. Maybe there's workplace stress, financial stress, your kids are sick, you yourself are navigating a breakup or something like that. Recognize that there's times it's too much to spend time with them. And just like you wouldn't spend time with them if you had the flu, this counts. When you're going through your own tough time, there's nothing that's worse for you than spending time with a narcissistic person. I always think I know how enough to say I'm alive, and then I keep going. So I'm sorry. Let's take some questions. And remember, let's order this book if you haven't already before midnight tonight. So you'll still listen. Now it's kind of like a game. Let's see if we can keep the book on the list. Each book week is on the list. We're going to have some more raffles going on. Those of you who've already done it, don't worry, we're going to roll you into future weeks. But those of you who missed it early on, great. Stuff like that we're doing. Once the book's off the list, no more lies. I promise. So you get that wrap, you get that retreat. Other stuff that we were giving away, the first week people, I wanted them to have stuff that was special with rallying. So that's just going to stay them, but there's ways to charge that. But then you can also get that entry into the raffle to win that tea with Dr. Rum. So let's take on this question. Remember, it was on sale on Amazon, 30% off. Good time to get it for like $20. So here we go. A question here that says, how do you deal with grieving for the life your parent didn't have because they have been narcissistically abused by the other parent and the abused one is in full denial? You know, this is such an important, this is a great question because there's layers here. We're actually working on a video right now for YouTube, actually on this issue of our feelings about the non-narcissistic parent, because there can actually be a lot of complicated feelings. Sometimes people actually feel anger at that parent. They recognize they were abused, but also feel abandoned by that, that sort of dynamic. So how do you deal with grieving with this? Denial is a powerful thing, right? And it's an angering thing too, because in a way that parent's denial might have also gaslighted you as a child into thinking that some of this was normal, and you may not have felt adequately protected all of the time. As you've come into adulthood, that denial can leave you feeling even more gaslighted. But it's your compassion, which is a really important part of you, that is, sort of having this grief for the parent who really didn't get a life because they were abused and are in full denial. I don't know that it's your role as a child, an adult child, and I'd say this from their experience. I will say that. So I'm not saying it's from a remote, clinical, sciencey place. We can gently show the abused parent if we're fond of them and connected to them and want to be close to them and see their gifts. We can show them their gifts. We can bring joys into their life. We can grieve for them. And maybe it's too much for them to grieve for themselves because it's too much loss for them to process. It could be cultural factors, all of that. But in some ways, all we can do, I think sometimes, is yes, let the grief run through us. Not repeat that cycle intergenerationally. And if we do indeed care about making things good for that abused parent who may not fully or may not be fully, remember that betrayal is my next up. Bring gifts into their lives in small ways, in whatever way we can. It might be a special lunch out, it might be a trip you take with them, it might be something you share with them in small ways, but to also recognize we will destroy ourselves if we keep fully taking on responsibility for the lives of others who can't see this, least of all a parent who isn't that responsibility to us. So allow yourself that process of grief. Find what works for you to be present for that person. Don't try to convince them of something because it ain't going to work. But sometimes if they complain about it too much, though, and keep complaining, say, listen, I'm telling you what I'm observing. This is what it is. And you can say, and I know it's not going to change. So I can show up the way I can, but you can also set a limit and say, if there's not going to be action taken here, I don't know how much I can keep listening to this, but that's a personal decision. Some people say, I will keep listening. That feels compassionate to me too. Find your path, but how do you deal with it? You figure out how to show up in a way that you feel might enhance their lives. Allow yourself to feel that grief. Don't make this intergenerational, but also recognize we can only take so much responsibility for another adult person, and we can try to enhance their lives in many ways, but that's it. There's a limit to that. And I hope that helps. And I understand cultural factors can make this so much more difficult. Any other questions? Here we go. Why is a narcissistic parent so cruel to their own child but very loving with the grandchild to the point of spoiling the child? That's very interesting. I don't know how old this grandchild is. Okay, so one thing you can sometimes see, and I've seen this repeatedly, babies are interesting, right? Babies are like they're so, I'm like a pet in a way, right? They're so responsive, they're so sweet, they're so snuggly, you just can't help but smile when you're in their presence. And so it could be, one thing could be the age of this grandchild, right? They may still be at an adoration stage. A lot of us worshipped our narcissistic parents until we didn't, right? We worshipped them, we thought they hung the moon, we put up with their little breadcrumbs, we did it all because we were kids, and that's a survival behavior. There's a point the adoration ends. It's different for every kid. I'm sure you can think in your own life history, when did that adoration stop for you? As you get older, you spend more time with peers. Certainly it happens probably right before puberty. At the least where people are like, I don't like this parent. You dread them coming home from work. It's things like that, right? So if this is a young child, like I'd say under 7, 6, 5, part of this could be the youth of the child and how much the child worships the grandparents. So that could be one thing. Again, I don't know your situation. There's also the mom picks her up, right? The different demands on that narcissistic parent. Like narcissistic parents find a thing in a child that works for them. That's why in one family, amongst their own children, one sibling will be treated really well, another sibling may not be treated well, one's a scapegoat, one's a golden child. So we see that sort of chopping up even within their own children. But A, it's the worship, B, it's the supply. I hate to say something as cynical as I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it. It also could be to stick it to you. Like it's almost like, oh, you think I'm not such a good parent? Well, look at this. So there could almost be this, yep, look at this. And then you're in the tough position of, if your child cherishes this relationship, we want to choose what's good for our child, and I'm assuming your child is safe and everything with this person, with this grandparent. But how can they do this? Part of it is manipulative. Part of it is supply. It might be that the grandchild resembles them, but the grandparent's going to rally when they're getting something from this particular relationship, and it can be very painful to watch what might have been possible, and yet they're bringing it. And you can almost create this weird sense of why my own child. Bring it around to like, thank goodness my child isn't going through what I went through, because you're always going to be protective of your child. But that's really the why. That's the why. Ultimately, the narcissistic grandparent's going to do what works for them. And part of it, like I said, might even be a little schadenfreude pleasure they get from, don't tell me I'm not a good parent. Don't tell me I'm not loving. Look how great I am. Next question. I was never allowed boundaries. I don't know, you weren't. How can I know what healthy boundaries are? I started standing up for myself and I told I'm demanding and aggressive. Thank you. That's exactly the problem. So what are healthy boundaries? Healthy boundaries are predicated on two, or if there's multiple people trying to set a boundary, on healthy people setting these boundaries with each other, right? And boundaries can be limits that are physical. They may relate to time. They may relate to things we talk about, content, like, subjects that we consider are appropriate to talk about or not talk about. It can be tone. Some people will say, please don't use that tone, please don't yell, that kind of thing. So it's a limit, and it's an ask on a behavior, I believe, to foster a sense of psychological safety and authenticity for all people involved, right? You can show up as yourself, but also other people feel safe. Now, I don't know what you asked for, what you stood up for yourself on. I don't know the personality of the other person, but I can tell you this right now. The problem is when we set boundaries in a group. Let's say there's 4 of you in a group, right? 2 of you are healthy, 1 of you is mildly narcissistic, and the other one's full on. In that group, you're not going to be able to set boundaries, right? Because those mildly and more severely narcissistic people are going to make it not possible. Whoops. Okay. And so what may happen is that you will say, like, how interesting. I'm able to make boundaries with friend B, but with friend C and D, I can't. So the amount of boundaries you can set in a group is set by the level of the least healthy person, right? So that's going to lead. In a dyad, in 2 people, a healthy boundary it can be anything that leaves you feeling safe, and then the other person's able to communicate about it. So if a person says, let's say your boundary is, in order to be my friend, and I know that, and you're not saying, I'm going to give an extreme example. Somebody says, in order to be my friend, you have to get together with me every Saturday night. And you can miss only 1 a month. And you're like, dude, I have a life, I might be sick, I might be traveling. I'm like, no, then we're not friends. That's a very rigid boundary. And it's probably not a healthy one. So the more rigid the boundary, the more unyielding the boundary, the more problematic. I give that example of not calling after 9. You might say, don't call me after 9, or I'm going to have my phone off. But if a person says, and then they call you, if you call Poster multiple times, the call breaks through. They do that at 10 o'clock one night, but it's because there's an emergency. Only an unhealthy person might view that as a violation of her boundary. I personally think that's unhealthy. If a person's literally having an emergency, it's a genuine emergency, and they break through on a call and even wake you up, and it's a real serious problem, I don't consider that a boundary violation. I consider that an emergency, but some people might. Then we have to reassess these relationships. Boundaries, to me, are a litmus test of the health of a relationship. Because if you're making an ask, and again, I've had this happen in a strange way because it worked up a lot in the last month. When you're making an ask, and it's a reasonable ask, and you're made to feel crazy, that's putting a spotlight on. I'm not saying those people are narcissistic, by the way. What I'm saying is that this is a relationship that is not necessarily going to be growth-oriented for you or healthy. Because even if you set an unreasonable boundary, a person could say, sweetie, I won't be able to meet you on this one. I can't do this. I've got these other responsibilities, but I do want to spend time with you. So writing someone off as demanding and aggressive for setting a boundary, that to me is an unhealthy relationship. Trying to work with you to find a compromised position, that's what a healthy person does. It's a series of titration. And for those of us who don't know how to do this, it's very hard. To this day, I am terrible at setting boundaries, and so I ended up doing too much stuff myself. It's one of the things that's most messed up in my lifetime by narcissistic abuse. So it's not unusual. Find the healthiest people in your world. You must have one healthy relationship, and look at how you negotiate stuff with that person. And are you able to negotiate stuff with that person? If you are, you have the capacity for healthy boundaries. We can't keep telling ourselves we suck at boundaries because we keep dealing with difficult people. That's the piece to keep in mind. It's a difficult dance stuff. Do you have any more questions? Continue a few more. We have a question here. Can a relationship be passionate and exciting without it being a love bomb or narcissistic? Is there a way to avoid love bombing toxic relationships while finding a passionate, healthy relationship? Hell yes. Oh my gosh. Passionate, not... Here, I want to say this. The term love bomb is a very specific term that refers to almost feeling overwhelmed by something where the icky stuff's getting hidden. If a relationship is healthy, it doesn't feel overwhelming. It could feel exciting. We might feel distracted, but we're not in the, oh my God, did I text the wrong thing? I really wanted to text back. And we're not always questioning ourselves so much. We may from time to time. I think part of that's the dance of an early relationship. But yeah, you've won the relationship lottery. If you've got that relationship that's passionate and exciting, and you feel seen and you feel heard, but you can make a want or a need known or a boundary known, and the other person respects it, and they're not getting in their little digs. 2 months goes by, 4 months goes by, 6 months go by. Now listen, folks, passion is one of those things where you're gonna blow the engine if you keep running it that fast, and it might settle into something more calm but still romantic and loving, and the sex is still great, and you're having fun. That happens. It happens. But that term love bomb very much refers to a tactic. Like, I am going to overwhelm you, and then I'm going to pull back because I've sort of like, I've done it all, and now I don't have to do any more kind of thing. So I absolutely believe, and I sincerely in my heart of hearts hope you find passionate and exciting. Passionate's not a bad word. Exciting is not a bad word. Love bomb, when those words are together, not such nice words. Because again, passion and excitement and romance don't have to be tactics. Sometimes they're just things. So I don't want all of you to get discouraged, like, oh great, this person's a romantic, they're love bombing me. You pay attention to the other stuff. Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel safe? Do I feel seen? Do I feel heard? And it sucks if you felt that for 3 months and then you didn't. Because we have heard those stories of betrayal where it's actually going on a nice track for 3 or 4 years, and then you go off the cliff. And there's a point at which we do have to say to ourselves that life happens in those ways, but it happens, but it's not the norm. At some level, we start to feel some of those little sort of sizzles around the betrayal. But it's the hardest part of all of this is learning to value ourselves enough to say if something feels funky. For people who, especially people who grow up with narcissistic relationships or have adverse childhood experiences or trauma, that sense of I deserve to be loved in a healthy way is brand new territory for us. So it's hard to figure out. But passionate and exciting are not bad words. They're bad words when they turn into tactics. Let's try 2 more and then we'll wrap around here. What if they establish a boundary and you do respect it, but they want you to break it?
What?
They establish a boundary you respect, but then they want you to break that boundary and give you the cold shoulder if you don't break it. So I'm trying to sort of figure this out, that they set a boundary, you honor that boundary, but now they want not to be the boundary of the relationship anymore. They want to change the rules. There's that shifting the goalposts, which is such a classical part of these relationships. And now they're giving you the cold shoulder. The cold shoulder to me is a form of abandonment. So that's part of that whole gaslighting complex. If you don't break that boundary, it's the limit testing. Narcissistic relationships are, again, that mission creep. They're a chronic game of limit testing. So I would say to you, if this boundary is meaningful to you, and you want to, and it worked for you as well, and you wanted to honor it, and you respected it, and now they're asking you to break it, you have to ask yourself, how does that feel? If that boundary didn't have meaning to you, then whatever breaking it means to you, then you could do it.
But the fact that they're giving you the cold shoulder for you not doing something, this is game playing, and I've never in my life seen a relationship end well where there was this much stuff in it. And my concern is, and I don't know who you are, and I don't know if this is how it is, but what I don't like about this is because there's a culty vibe sometimes we see where there will be a boundary set in a cultic system. Then they will push people to violate that boundary, okay, even though they said it, and they'll push you to do it. If you don't, you're disloyal. And when you do, then they will label you as a bad person for doing that. And I don't want you to get painted into that corner. Because again, you see that sometimes in cultic systems and in those narcissistic relationships. Let's do one more question. We have here, when setting boundaries, mine have had to be absolutely no contact with my brothers. Why is it that people around them tell me that I need to change? Because it's that status quo stuff, right? Something I've talked about in some of our other lives and videos and programs is that estrangement is still considered absolutely it's like a third rail. We're not supposed to do it. It's a no set, no contact. It's so unfair because you're considered the problem. You set the boundary saying this is not healthy for me to have interaction with these two people. It's remarkably courageous for people to say this is not healthy for me and I'm not going to engage in this anymore. I'm really telling you, it is remarkably courageous. And yet, this courageous act is typically labeled as you being difficult, as you blowing up a family. So why are they telling you that? Because they want to maintain the status quo. They just want things the way they want them. Many times when the people around us want to push us back into contact, it's not even necessarily that they're focusing on us and the pain and hurt it would be for us. Not that they're sadistic. It's that they just want things to keep running smoothly because it'll be more comfortable for them. So it's a tough one when you're already doing something that was probably really difficult and it keeps being doubted. But you have to then, again, this is why you have to go back to those lists. And like, there's reasons you did this. Write it down so you're aware of why you did it. So folks, I went way too long on that live. Thank you so much. Your questions are amazing. So I've got to think about, you know what, like in this last minute here, if you could put it in the chat, in the comments, and my team will pull them out. Any ideas? We're doing one more live later today in the evening if you're going to be there. If there's any other topics you'd like me to take on, because I'm happy to sit down this afternoon and do some work on it. Otherwise, it's going to be chef's choice. So if there's ideas you have, go ahead and drop those into the chat now. My team will pick them up, and we can do some of these questions. Are amazing. Again, you have till midnight in your time zone. If you want to get a few more raffle entries, we're going to keep this going while we're on the list. Well, then when we're not, that's the universe's way of telling me that I'm going to take a really long ass nap. So until then, thank you so much. And okay, so that's a good one. All right. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you to whomever gave that. In fact, that's giving me a great idea. Awesome one. Okay. Yes, great. Love these. My God, we could do hour. Okay, I got 3 here. Perfect. Thank you. So, and I'm going to try to build all 3 of these into what I talk about later today. I don't know if we set a time. I think we said 5 p.m. today. Yeah, 5 p.m.
No, we were up 4 or 5.
5. Let's do 5 p.m. Okay. So I'll see if those of you who care enough come back at 5 p.m. Get the book if you haven't. Get one as a gift. Still a new raffle. We're starting a new raffle. All of you folks who saw us into the beginning, I am not going to forget what you did. You're going to come into this new one, and then anyone who joins this week, a couple more. We're in a smaller raffle, but come on in. You haven't lost all of it. There's still opportunities here, and you get more entries. I get gifts for folks. Again, thank you so much for your support. I'll see you today at 5 p.m. Pacific. Bye.
Des milliers de gens d'ici comme Maria testent nos articles. Encore, encore et encore. Vous savez donc qu'ils sont faits pour durer. Seuls les meilleurs obtiennent le saut.
So figure out if this is a narcissist. You're giving me a laundry list of behavior this person engages in regularly, and it's not good for you. And I can promise you, the more problematic the behavior and the more consistent it is, the less likely it is to change. So, by the time I'm done with a conversation with somebody, give me a couple of hours, I'll be like, yeah, this is probably narcissism. But I think in our lives, I think we have to get less away. We have to get away from that. Are they narcissistic? Are these patterns consistent? Yeah, they probably are. And the more consistent patterns, the less likely to change. The less likely to change, the more our decisions about this relationship have to come from that. They're not going to change, so what am I going to do?
Huh? Ow.
Quelqu'un a fait un cinéma pour moi, de quoi que je vis de la violence conjugale. Il n'y a pas un.
Justin Trudeau has been under fire for, I wish I could say days, weeks, or even months, but it seems to be years by now, and it's becoming more and more prominent. We're having daily and even weekly scandals that doesn't seem to end, especially when you have the corrupt mainstream media here in Canada that is taking a clear liberal bias side. But then on the other side of the coin, you have prominent figures such as Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, just to name a few that are standing up and speaking out against this. And today we're going to be taking a look at Jordan Peterson specifically, who has quite a bit of criticism towards Justin Trudeau, and it's all very much warranted. Welcome back to the video. Before we get into it, I want to encourage you all to smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet already. We're on road to 400,000 subscribers. We're actually competing pretty well in terms of viewership and reach with the mainstream media here in Canada, which says a lot because they're government funded. And as per the mainstream media's CTV panel they had just the other week, I'm just a guy in my basement. So yeah, it says a lot. It seems like people are gravitating more towards the truth, which is good. It's good because we're actually making a difference, or we have the opportunity to make a difference politically here in Canada. And if you want one of these matching stickers like I have on my microphone, or like I have on my coffee mug here, the link for that is down in the description below. Without further ado, let's get into what Jordan Peterson has to say about Justin Trudeau. So we're going to start off pretty strong here on Twitter, or on X rather. He said, "Wow, you're a scum rat." And he's talking about the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, because the Liberals are trying to push a bill through that is going to censor online a little bit more in terms of like hate speech, which is good, I suppose. But the issue that Canadians have, or that people have in general with this, is the confines of what hate speech is to be determined. It's up to the Liberals' interpretation of what that is, and that could include, but not limited to, even criticism of our own government. So nobody is going to disagree with protecting kids, and as you can see, he has in the hashtag here, protect kids online, which inherently is like a good idea, right? Like conservatives and people that are more on the right wing side of the political spectrum absolutely agree with protecting children.
Oh my God, shut up.
Blockers on like 9-year-olds, right? So it's good, but the limitations are.
Now you get into criminality. Right now, we really have to put our foot down on what we're saying and doing online.
And that's precisely it. I mean, who wants to be in favor of hate?
Right.
And who wants to be seen as somehow aiding and abetting hateful people? And that's what this bill is all about. It's very insidious. And it talks about sexual exploitation. It talks about child pornography. It talks about protecting children. And when the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, who's really a non-entity, came out of nowhere, Irani, who replaced David Lametti in a cabinet shuffle. He's been given total control over this bill. The other two pieces of legislation were passed through the Ministry of Heritage. This is all a Justice Department play. And because it's all focused on changing the Criminal Code of Canada, making more unnecessary laws against hate speech. We already have laws against hate speech in Canada, you know that. This is all about making the pit even deeper for free speech. And so I listened to the minister yesterday. All he wanted to talk about was how this is going to protect children. But you know what? What's scariest about this is it's creating another layer of bureaucracy in Canada called the Digital Safety Commission of Canada. Another government department. Yeah, we need that.
Oh, great.
I mean, Trudeau has literally doubled the number of public servants since he's been in office. Now we need another layer of bureaucracy.
This is the strategy, though. This is what all of these governments are doing. We're seeing in the United States and the Department of Homeland Security, of course. This has been exposed, the massive layer of censorship and suppression that is orchestrated right out of the Pentagon. So I guess if you compare it to what the United States is doing, how is it different?
It's different because they've had the audacity to create a new office here as well as this commission. It's called the Digital Safety Ombudsperson of Canada. Well, you know what that equates to? That's the online censorship czar. Of course, they don't want to call it that. And it sounds like somebody's going to fairly assess adjudicate these issues. What they're doing here is saying, okay, we're not going to make it necessarily illegal if you contravene our categories of harmful content. We're going to get back to you and say, resolve this matter by yourself or else. Then we'll go after you. So censor yourself. This is what is scary about this to me, is that it's not going out there with a naked fist of aggression and saying, we're going to throw you in jail the minute you contravene our legislation. First, they're going to come back to you and say, okay, we caught you, change what you said, and then your speech. Stop saying that. And if you don't, we're going to come back and get you. Because the categories of harmful content,
right in this bill. All you have to do is read it. Nobody's reading it though, because they're hearing the government say it's all about protecting children and content that sexually victimizes the child. That's what we're trying to stop here.
Didn't that already exist? Like, isn't it already illegal to share pedophilia, stuff and child pornography? Like, isn't that already illegal? Why do you need a new bill that couches it? I always find this hilarious, right? In the United States, we call it hate. That's a hate crime. Wait, wasn't it already illegal to kill somebody? But now there's an extra layer of hate on top of you. On top of it, it makes no sense. You just add these, this language on top of it. So, yeah, did Canada already have these protections in place?
Of course we did. Of course we had protections against child. We had protections against child pornography, and we had protections against hate speech. This will actually create another category in the criminal code, distinctly defining hate speech as a separate crime. So not only is it's not going to be just aggravated if it's motivated by hate. If you say something motivated by hate, which is wrong on the other side, you're going to be charged under a separate category. So, and they're going to insist that hatred or harmful content somehow be defined. That's going to be in the broadest context.
Right. Have they tried to define it, or is there any examples of what they say is hate speech?
Lots of examples of hate speech, but they've never tried to define hatred because, of course, where do you begin? Where do you end? I always say that if you read Dot's Capital or the Communist Manifesto, there's plenty of that book that can be constituted as hate speech against property, hate speech against capitalists, hate speech against people who go to work, as Karl Marx never did. But I don't want those books banned because I consider that to be hateful against identifiable groups. Right. Going after. And it's interesting that if you go through the category of content, you have to talk about the sexual exploitation and intimate content communicated without consent. Then you get to what they're really after. And that's content that foments hatred. Content that incites violent extremism or terrorism. And content that incites violence. Therefore, I say in support of Freedom Convoy could be construed as harmful content because the government considered the Freedom Convoy to be a violent extremist group. So I've got them right there, that they're going to hang me out to dry for supporting the Freedom Convoy because Trudeau considered them an extremist and violent group. That's what the whole issue was all about with him invoking the Emergencies Act. Actually called them terrorists. So any content that I put out or independent journalists put out in the media or even mainstream media that is in any way fomenting support of that can be constituted as harmful content.
Yeah.
Well, this is a playbook. Right? I mean, this is again a laid-out playbook on how you suppress this type of content, because then they can go to the large big tech companies and they can say to YouTube and Google and so forth, their guidelines in Canada now must support and now must protect against this type of content. And it gives then those countries the power to be able to do that and censor it. And these big tech companies have to throw up their hands. And they say, you know what? We're just in alignment with Germany. We're just in alignment with France on this policy. We're just in alignment with Canada on this policy. And Google and YouTube can just throw their hands up about it when this type of content gets banished and suppressed, blocked, and maybe facing fines or jail time as a result of it.
Yes, and as you said at the beginning of this conversation, this is a globalist agenda. It's happening all over the world, through Europe, and particularly in the English-speaking democracies that used to be the bulwark against authoritarianism. If this can happen in Canada, this can happen anywhere. And of course, it has happened already through Europe. And there are actors in the United States who want the same kind of legislation there. If it doesn't happen under Joe Biden, it won't happen under any successor. But this is dangerous because it's demanding self-censorship. Putting a chill out there saying,
So what does that mean?
better abide.
You better do it. You better do it yourself. You better censor yourself. And if you don't, then we'll come after you. So you'll receive some sort of a slap on the wrist from the government, and you now need to censor yourself. You're going to have a whole nation of sheep walking around.
Well, and isn't that the essence of a totalitarian regime, please? Where people self-censor themselves all the time. If you talk to people who went through Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia, that's how their lives were led. They used to say the only time they could speak their minds was in bed at night. Because that's the only time they really felt nobody was listening. And this is what this legislation is all about.
Xi
Is
Jinping
that
always
we
listening.
tell ourselves, oh, I can't say that. I could
One
be
China.
going to jail. Or I could have the police at my door. Or I could have a letter in the mail saying you're going to have to appear before a commission or a human rights tribunal. Or have a criminal trial. So I guess I'll just not say it. I guess I just won't criticize the Liberal government today. Maybe next week. Maybe next month. And that totalitarian, authoritarian trend becomes ingrained in the systems, in the DNA of a population. That's what this is all about. It's making people start to think like they're living in a totalitarian regime. Not just react to the laws, but be compliant and insist that people start behaving. That's what I hate about this.
People said Justin Trudeau, though, this week said something I hated, which he called out. He said, the world is, we're starting to see the rise and growth of authoritarianism and totalitarianism and dictatorships. And I couldn't believe that he said this with a straight face. Listen.
But I will say that in all of our democracies, in every democracy around the world, we are seeing a rising movements of either authoritarian populism or skepticism about democracy itself. And we all need to recommit ourselves to standing up, not just for Ukraine.
That's how you
but
recommitted your
standing up
vows?
for Ukraine, to the
Homo?
very principles that make our countries strong and free.
So Justin Trudeau says these comments almost, he says them with a straight face, as if he doesn't realize what's happening in his own country being led by him to clamp down on freedoms. The authoritarianism that he is presiding over in Canada.
Or he's
He's
lying.
the ultimate narcissistic politician. And he's just so politically dense. He's so politically fatuous at times. There he is calling Vladimir Putin a coward because he said he used the police to suppress a political opponent, which actually is nonsense, as your wife Natalie pointed out recently. Who's the coward? Who's the one that used the full force of the state and the police against his political opponents? That's Justin Trudeau, who had the police physically beat up Freedom Convoy protesters as I stood there reporting on it, as I stood there watching. Police physically abused Freedom Convoy people while Justin Trudeau wasn't even in town to watch. So who's the coward?
Yeah, well said. He was like hiding in a cabin somewhere. No one defying Justin Trudeau. Well, we'll get you out of here on this, David. Where does this go from here in the House of Commons? What is the next step?
I wish I could be more optimistic. I believe Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives will oppose this because, as Poilievre said on many occasions, how do you define hate in Canada? It's anything that Justin Trudeau hates. So he's not being fooled by the hate speech late on this legislation. The problem is that the New Democratic Party, the Socialists, are continuing to prop. They just got their latest concession. More Pharmacare legislation is on its way for the NDP. They're going to continue to support this government. And without the NDP relinquishing that control, I believe this legislation could pass before the next election. Now that would be catastrophic. It would have to be repealed by the Conservative government that will probably, in all probability, follow the defeat of the Trudeau Liberals. But in the meantime, we could be at the mercy of this authoritarian, dictatorial Trudeau regime.
David Creighton, up in Canada. Thank you so much for doing this as always. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. You know, YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. And we will see you next time, everyone.
Okay, guys, so I was in a rabbit hole the other day, as I normally am. I opened up my laptop at like 10 p.m. Next thing you know, I'm Googling, right?
So this is going to be a difficult conversation to have. It's a dark topic, and it's about MAID in Canada, which is medical assistance in dying. Now, if you're not from Canada and you're thinking, oh, this doesn't matter for me, perhaps this is all the more reason to watch this video. Canada is one of the test cases, and you'll probably see legislation like this in your country. So just for the sake of this, I believe that you should watch the entirety of this video. Darshan Maharaja, thank you so very much for joining me today. Normally I have you on to talk about the immigration thing that you're so knowledgeable about, you know, so much about what's going on, especially coming from Brampton, Ontario. But then you contacted me because this topic came up and you said, hey, Clive, you're talking about MAID. Let's get into this because it's a crazy topic to get into. Why are we talking about this today? Can you fill me in?
Actually, I got interested in this issue about 1.5 years ago when several new issues, new aspects were being added to the debate. And then I ended up writing, I think, about 9 articles on this and a couple of podcasts and spoke on that as well. So, you know, this I discovered that this issue is as multi-component as the international security issue, where there are so many aspects to this. There is a core concept of assisted dying on which I believe there is a broad agreement among Canadians, barring some exceptions. There is broad agreement. That is when someone is terminally ill and their natural death is reasonably foreseeable. And they are experiencing unbearable pain, and they themselves initiate the discussion about assisted dying. These are the 4 qualifying conditions on which pretty much all Canadians are agreed. That in that case, it is better to accede to their request and medically end their life. But then the expansion of this idea that has taken place is where all the other aspects and components are coming in, where there is a lot of apprehension and yet the legislation has moved forward. When I was writing about this issue, I found the term societal justice. which has not happened. So what happens is someone goes to court or somebody goes to court on behalf of the patient who is suffering. And then the court proclaims that this is, denying them assisted dying is a violation of their charter right under Section 7 and Section 15. And then the Parliament is in a hurry to catch up to the court's expanded definition of assisted dying. So the consultation with the society is not. And just today, Bill C-62 received royal assent, which postpones the applicability of assisted dying to cases where the sole reason is mental
health.
So as of now, it's applied. Assisted dying applies only to physical illness. And it was supposed to start applying to mental illnesses from 17th of March. But because there are so many apprehensions about applying it to people who are fundamentally not in full possession of their faculties, so how do you ensure that their decision is valid? So there were so many apprehensions. So finally, Bill C-62 was tabled.
Well, I want to cut in there because this bill was tabled by the Liberal Party, not because it's like this is important imperative for them. They're actually the ones who pushed forward for adding mental illness as one of these things. One of the criteria that people could use for MAID, medical assistance in dying. And it was because of political or public outcry over this that they actually amended it. And they're actually kicking it down the road. This isn't like anything final. No, we're not going to allow it for mental illness. This is, no, we're going to make this decision at a later date, a few years down the road. So hopefully when everybody forgets about it. I don't know, maybe that's my cynicism. I feel a bit cynical about it in the way the political system works, but it really felt that way.
Yeah, it is actually, in my view, also exactly the same. See, the history of assisted dying in Canada is roughly this. Back in, I think, 1992, there was a court case which came before the Supreme Court known as Rodriguez. They are usually known by the name of the individual who has, approached the court or on whose behalf somebody else, basically the patient. So in Rodriguez, the Supreme Court held that there is no violation of charter right under Section 7. That because the criminal code basically makes it illegal to assist someone in ending their lives, in committing suicide. So if someone wants to die, then they, according to that legal argument, they have a charter right to decide that to die. But in 92, the Supreme Court said that there is no violation of charter right. Because the right to life and security of the person under Section 7 and the right to equality before the law under Section 15, they don't come into play here.
So then is this sort of like for the Americans watching the show right now, at around the same time, Dr. Peterson was all trying to push for medical assistance in dying. He had his suicide machine. It made headlines all over the place. Similar type of court battles.
What?
Yes, similar type of court battles. But in the US, they say life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. We have life and security of the person. And then Section 15 is, of course, about equality before the law. So fast forward to 2015, in a case known as Carter, the Supreme Court held that this prohibition on blanket prohibition on assisting someone in ending their lives violates the charter right of the person who wants to die. And then the Supreme Court gave the Parliament 1 year to frame a law. So everybody ran to frame that law. At that time also there was considerable opposition coming from not just the religious constituency, but also from the constituency of people with disability. And they are still under a lot of pressure. We'll come to that during our chat. But then after 2015, there was another case known as Trudeau, where because in 2016 when the law was made, it was specifically said that this can apply only when the natural death of the patient is reasonably foreseeable. So in technical lingo, it's called RFND, reasonably foreseeable natural death. So in Trudeau, the argument was that when natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, denying them assisted dying violates their charter right under Section 7. And the court held, this was a case in Quebec, and the court held that yes, there is a charter right violation happening here. Non-RFND should also be included under assisted dying regime.
Under what grounds? Under like what was the justification?
See, if someone wants to die, then you cannot discriminate between various types of things. One that is going to cause death in a reasonably foreseeable period, or one that was it wasn't certain when the patient was going to die of the disease.
Right. And was there any sort of criteria based around that? Like if it was like a reasonable amount of pain or unreasonable?
How do you measure that?
Yeah, the person has to say that this is unbearable pain, and that they don't wish to live.
Right.
So if you say that people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable cannot access assisted dying, then according to the Quebec court, it amounted to discrimination.
Right.
Right. So it was now extended to non-RFND, and the interesting thing to note here is that the federal government did not appeal this position.
Okay.
This
So
part-
they just allowed that to go forward.
Yeah, they ran to expand assisted dying to non-RFND cases as well. Now at that time, once again, there was furious debate because people with disabilities can have circumstances where they are not in danger of imminent death, but at a certain point of time, the disability is going to make their lives, not worth living. So they were again representing, saying that this puts us in a vulnerable position. So in 2019, when this expansion was made to non-RF categories, and euphemistically it is called track 2, which I find a bit offensive, but at that time, Prime Minister Trudeau had promised that he would put in place Canada Disability Benefit Plan, so that the people with disability whose lives are being made difficult because of financial constraints get the support that they need, so that they are not feeling pressurized to go for assisted dying. So he promised that. At the same time, the non-RFND expansion took place. Finally, in 2023, Canada Benefit Act was passed. It received royal assent in June 2023. But it is stuck in consultations. So their deadline to finish consultations is June 2025. That is still like 15, 16 months away. And then they will have finished consultations, after which they will frame the regulations, by which time we will be entering election period. That is the latest September 2025 when election has to take place.
Mm-hmm.
So their apprehension right now, and I have talked to a lot of them, their apprehension right now is that this is another can that is going to be kicked down the road. And in the meantime, the vulnerability remains. You remember in St. Catharines, there was this case of Alberta, who has a disability, and who was fearing that he would become homeless. He was not homeless, but the building, that rooming house where he was living, had been sold to someone who wanted to demolish it and make something new there. So Amar Farsood was fearing that he would become homeless, and he didn't want to live on the streets with his disability. He knew that life was going to be difficult, so he applied for assisted dying. Now, an application for assisted dying requires approval from 2 physicians. He got the approval of the first physician. Someone who is fearing homelessness was approved. So at that point, you are not looking at any medical factors to decide on it. And then the case blew up in the media, and someone set up a GoFundMe account for him, and it got $68,000. So we decided not to proceed with that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that was the outcome of that case. But there are so many people. I mean, you look at Canada right now. We're in economic recession. They don't want to admit that, but and it's absolutely awful. But I want to get to this question. I mean, I don't. It may sound like an obvious thing to answer, but why mental illness? Why the push to have people with mental illness added, and why is it so offensive, and why did it become such a complex issue?
When you get a cold, you become a completely different version of yourself. You would never wear this outfit, especially for the 3rd day in a row. Luckily, Advil Cold and Sinus helps relieve your cold symptoms so that you can get back to the real you.
Lost you for a moment.
Yeah.
So the question was the mental illness. Why did that become such a hot button issue with MAID, and why was it even introduced in the first place? And then the whole idea here is it became a political hot potato. Nobody wanted to touch it, but clearly it's offensive to everybody.
Yeah, you see, there are activist groups that want to expand assisted dying way beyond even where it is now. In testimony in parliamentary committee meetings, there have been suggestions that assisted dying should be extended to mature minors, which is children about 12 years of age.
What?
Because if they are considered mature enough to make a decision of a medical nature for themselves, then you don't need to even inform their parents.
Oh my God.
That is the argument. Another argument was that assisted dying should be made available up to 1 year of age. So now at that point, the issue of consent becomes problematic because that infant is obviously not in a condition to give consent,
So
let alone initiate.
So we're bouncing around a little bit. These are all really important issues. Of course, the mature minors thing, which came about because of vaccine apprehensions. People didn't want to take vaccines for kids. They were convinced at school that they wanted to have vaccines, so they came up with this idea of mature minors. But then it became an externality or this unintended consequence of the MAID program that they're pushing, especially going into mental illness, and then also, as you were mentioning there, what I want to get into with this though is the idea of mental illness and why it's such a taboo and why it's such a detrimental thing. And the reason why people are so upset about it is, of course, depression. And depression is a huge issue for a lot of people in society today, especially with economic downturns. You're going to have a lot of people suffering from depression for a lot of reasons. And if depression alone can be used as an excuse for somebody to utilize this program, are we not doing we're breaking the Hippocratic oath? And the first thing is to do no harm. The idea if somebody's mentally unwell, especially the depression thing, you're obliging people in unhealthy behavior at this point. That's my thoughts on this. What do you think?
I agree. There are two angles here. One is, as you said, it amounts to abdication of duty to do what is necessary to help the person in their medical condition. Instead of that, you are taking an easy way out where someone who is already depressed and says that they want to die, you want to accede to that request. Number two, last year the Joint Parliamentary Committee had issued its interim report where I read it. All the mental health professionals who had testified before that committee, kept saying that it is impossible to predict whether a patient will recover or not. So whether the illness is terminal or not can never be ascertained. In spite of that, because the court had said that this needs to apply to people with mental illnesses, the parliament was going ahead until finally, someone pushed back and then they extended it for 1 year initially from March last year to March this year, and now they have extended it again for 3 years. So basically, to answer your question, it is hugely problematic, not just as viewed by the public, but also as viewed by the mental health professionals to apply, assisted dying in case where mental health is the sole underlying medical reason. So, this is a very dangerous territory where just going by what the court considers the definition of the charter right to be does not match up with the reality, as I say.
So we're living in a country now where medical assistance with dying is actually, it's not an anomaly. It's not just a small group of people. This is actually showing up in statistics, where this is now one of the causes of death in your statistical analysis of just general deaths that take place throughout the year. It's in there, and we're seeing more and more of it. And like you said at the beginning of the show, it's supposed to be requested. That's one of the 4 criteria, right? It needs to be requested. But this is being offered to people on a regular basis now. Can you tell me about that?
Well, there have been at least 4 or 5 cases of veterans who were offered unprompted. They did not initiate the discussion, including one who just wanted a chairlift for her home because I think she's paraplegic, or she has lost the use of her legs, basically. And she's also paralympic. Exactly.
Yeah.
And yes, she kept asking for a wheelchair ramp. And then the caseworker said, why don't you consider assisted dying instead?
Yes.
Now, all these cases relating to the veterans, I spoke to a veteran himself. And he said that given where all these people were in the Canadian Armed Forces, it is unlikely that they had the same case. But the government says that this was all done by one rogue case.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So I see. So there's no way that it was one rogue person who got all these different cases, because you're so unlikely to see the same one.
Yes.
I get where you're getting at there. So it's almost like it's part of the protocol to offer this as a way out. In fact, there's one story, I shared this a while back on the channel, and this one I found most disturbing. And this was published by AP News, disturbing experts troubled by Canada's euthanasia laws. And it gets into the story of Alan Nichols. He had a history of depression and other medical issues, but none were life-threatening when the 61-year-old Canadian was hospitalized in June 2019. Over fears he might be suicidal, he asked his brother to bust him out as soon as possible. Within a month, Nichols had submitted a request to be euthanized and was killed despite concerns raised by his family and a nurse practitioner. So not only was the staff concerned about this, but his family was concerned about it. He wanted to get busted out, and it turns out the only reason in the application for euthanasia listed for healthcare reasons for this was hearing loss, and that was enough. That was enough for them to actually euthanize him against the will of his family, against the will of another nurse practitioner. How does this happen? I mean, I know there's a system of bureaucracy run amok. People just not paying attention in their jobs, things like that. But We're lost again. This is going to be one difficult interview, but we'll try to keep this one going. We're good. You lost your internet for a moment there.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, try to get back on track onto this story. So this was the story of Mr. Nichols, who was euthanized based on only one criteria, and that was hearing loss, against the will of his family, against the will of another nurse practitioner. And like I was saying before we lost you there, I've heard of bureaucracy run amok. I've heard of people not paying attention in their jobs. But how do we get to this point where it and excuse me for sounding conspiratorial or anything like that, it almost seems like they want to use this system and they're aiming at it. And there were articles written way back from, I believe, Globe and Mail that was talking about, they were bragging about how this would save our money in our healthcare system.
What?
Is that the direction that we're going? Is this really? Because I mean, to try not to be hyperbolic, when Obama brought government medical to the United States, people were talking about death panels, and here in Canada, we're actually experiencing a type of death panel that's happening in our medical system.
It's entirely likely. At least it's a very strong possibility to consider that this will come to save the healthcare system. I'll tell you why. 6 months after assisted dying was initially legalized, legalization took place in June of 2016. In January 2017, there was a study that came out of the University of Calgary showing how much money can be saved in the healthcare system through assisted dying. And they said anything between $35 million a year to $136 million a year can be saved. Now, those are big numbers, from our individual perspective, but in healthcare, our government spends north of $200 billion a year. Actually, it's around $240 billion. And 1/3 of all government spending, municipal, provincial, and federal put together, is on healthcare. Now, when you are spending $250 billion essentially on healthcare, saving 35 million or 136 million is chump change. Not even a drop in the bucket. So I'm wondering as to why that amount of potential saving is being given as a justification for assisted dying.
What's the justification for extinguishing life? At the end of the day, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about let's just get into it. They say that the slippery slope is a fallacy, but we see it time and time again. That will give them an inch and they'll take a mile type scenario. But how do we go from, and in a very short period of time, how do we go from, if people are suffering, we should allow them to, on their own terms, leave with grace. That was the concept. But in a very short time, that turned into, people are a burden on society, we should get rid of them.
Right. I think it is ideologically driven. There is no other explanation for that. Because the activist groups that were pushing for this kind of policy have been pushing for a very. But all this expansion of assisted dying has happened within 6 or 7 years, from 2016 to about 2023 is when the whole expansion took place. So I believe it is ideology driven, where it is made out as if you have any objection to expanding assisted dying regime, then you must be an evil person. Because, and I have faced this argument online, where people say that you want to deny healthcare choices. And let me tell you the context in which this was happening. Because when I started digging into this, I said, wait a minute, who is eligible to apply for assisted dying. So, of course, you should be either a citizen or a permanent resident of Canada. But when it comes to permanent residents, there is this period of coverage. In Ontario, it's 90 days. So when an immigrant arrives, for the first 90 days, they are not covered by the provincial health plan, but they were eligible for assisted dying.
What?
Yeah, this is crazy. I saw your thing from your article. So I'll pull the screen grab up. Generally, visitors are not eligible for medical assistance, generally, but they were being allowed. And another part of your article states here: in order to be eligible for medical assistance in dying, you must meet all of the following criteria. You must be eligible for health services funded by the federal government or province or territory, or during the applicable minimum period of residence or waiting period of eligibility. So, I mean, what does this mean? Does this mean that people are coming here for this service, or are they trying to offer this? Is this guest tourism? What is this? What does this equate to?
It has been changed now. I don't know if somebody in government saw my article because I was hammering on this. I also did, I was on a couple of podcasts from out of US, in Seattle and Portland, where they were interested in what was going on in Canada about assisted dying. So I hammered on this point. I said, someone who is not eligible for healthcare coverage under the provincial plan is eligible for assisted dying. I mean, how illogical can it get? So after that, it has been changed. So during this 90-day period, I'm sure it's the same in all the provinces, but in Ontario, it's 90 days. So during this 90-day period, because how much sense does it make for someone to immigrate to Canada and then in the first 90 days apply for assisted dying?
Yeah,
it's completely bonkers.
It's so morbid, but I mean, it's tragic. I guess that's what we would say that something that's so you would find humor in it, but it's not funny.
Funny, not funny.
Sad.
But it's also available to temporary foreign workers because they are covered under the provincial health.
Like, how do you wrap your head around that? I suppose like any plan is out. I mean, people are eligible for any plan, but why nobody's coming to Canada to work at a big fruit and then go for that? That's crazy. I hadn't even considered that angle with this. But what I find though is like, okay, generally it's geared for Canadians, and I suppose my cynicism is kicking in again. It reminds me of a story that I heard about communist Germany. So Germany was split in half at one point, and there's the communist side and there was the free market side, and we all know how that fared fruit. It was the communists didn't do very well, and socialism tends to go in this direction. And anytime it's implemented, it leads to, well, not a lot of prosperity. Let's just say that. Now, one of the things that was talked about, maybe not well known, in communist Germany, if you were to you get to your retirement age, you're offered your pension and all this stuff, but they never had the ability to pay their pensions because the state was so poor, because of their ineffectuality, their inability to do anything in the marketplace. So one of the things that you had a choice when you reached your retirement age was to leave, and they offered you, here's a ticket through the wall, and you can go find your freedom elsewhere and not be a burden on society anymore. It's a little nicer sort of send you off on a floating piece of ice in the ocean sort of way of going about things. Because at 65, if you really start your life again, a lot of people actually did choose this though. They left, and they were allowed to leave. But it almost feels like this nouveau Canadian way of doing that. We have this socialist system that we put into place. Most people, and again, people who are watching this that are not Canadian or don't live in Canada, don't know this. our healthcare system is the only one in the G20 where there's not a private option. You don't even have an option to go private. It's only public. And there are exceptions. If you're a politician or a judge, you can go private. If you're out of province in certain areas and certain things. But this is the only country in the G20 where there's no other option. So it seems like the only choice or the only inevitable thing to do in the end is this. Like, is this just inevitability of socialism? Offering people a way out so they don't become burden on everybody else when they've been promised such elaborate things.
I believe it is. And I'll tell you why. There is one Dr. Brian Day in British Columbia.
I've had him on the show. He's fantastic.
Right.
So
and
hard.
he works really hard. He went to court saying prohibiting private healthcare to someone who is on a very long waiting list in the public healthcare system violates charter right. The same charter right. Section 7, security of the person, life and security of the person. He went to court. The case went to British Columbia Court of Appeals. And British Columbia Court of Appeals agreed that there was a charter right violation going on there, but that violation was permitted because of fundamental justice. The moment you hear the word fundamental justice, you know that you are in a socialist country.
What does that term mean?
It means anything that allows people to go scot-free for not doing their job as they are.
Okay, so it's one of those innocuous terms, kind of like eminent domain. Yeah, we're going to take your property. We just want to. It's something we've decided, and you're going to live with it. Kind of thing.
Yeah. So on one hand, you have Supreme Court saying that charter violation of Section 7 in denying assisted dying is not permitted. On the other hand, you have British Columbia Court of Appeals saying that charter violation of the same Section 7 is permitted.
So is it incongruent?
It's incongruent. See, if someone wants to access private healthcare because the waiting list is too long in the public healthcare system, the court will not let them do it.
What?
The court will not force the government to make it possible to do it. But if the same patient says that I cannot bear this medical condition anymore, so I want to be suicided, basically, then everybody is in agreement. Say, yeah, it's your charter. So that is, these are the internal contradictions of any ideology or any socialist ideology specifically. I grew up in a socialist country, although it was not full of communists. India was officially a socialist country, and we have seen, growing up, I saw all these kinds of incongruities and inconsistencies where you are left with your, scratching your head as to how different situations can have two different outcomes when the underlying principle is the same.
Well, I find this with ideology in general. People will find ways of doing immoral things based on certain. They kind of work themselves up to it. You have a set of rules in your ideology, and inevitably it gets to a point where it's you bump into morals. You bump into fundamental morals of your own, and say, okay, well, either I have to bend with the ideology or I have to bend with my morals. And I find that a lot of people end up bending with their morals. And it really is sad. Here's a story from the Globe and Mail. Vancouver Hospital then suggesting MAID to suicidal patient as risk assessment. This is the story of a lady, Catherine Medler. She was 37 years old. Lives with chronic depression and suicidality, both of which she says she was exacerbated by a traumatic event early this year. Feeling particularly vulnerable in June, she went to Vancouver General Hospital because you have no other choice in Canada. You don't get to. I'm going to click and choose to go to these places and see a referral. things like that. No, she went there looking for psychiatric help in dealing with feelings of hopelessness she feared she couldn't shake. Instead, Miss Mentler says the clinician told her that there would be a long waits to see psychiatrists and that the healthcare system is broken, and that was followed up with a jarring question: have you considered MAID? Have you considered going through with the things that you're here to? I mean, don't even, like it's so crazy to actually say these things out loud. Like these are things every day, and like before starting this conversation, it didn't take me long to find all of these articles. Like this is what's really sad. It's like you get to a point where you think, okay, I'm just going crazy. I'm down some rabbit hole on the internet, and it's obscure website. No, this is the mainstream media reporting on this. This is, and it's happening all the time. How did we get here?
Well, for once, mainstream media has done a very good job of covering this. But if you want the final word on this, I would highly recommend checking out Alexander Brady on Twitter. He wrote a couple of articles, and he has the source materials. He has cited all the source materials. There is this entity called CAMAP, the Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers, CAMAP. Their training material, and he has reproduced all that in his article. So it's the actual stuff, where the kind of training that they are giving to the MAID providers. One of the cases, I don't know if it's an actual case or a hypothetical one, but it involves a patient whose medical problem was not all that intractable, but she was approved because of credit card debt. So it's completely off the rails. Now CAMAP also came out with guidance for the MAID providers, saying it is their professional responsibility to suggest MAID.
It's their responsibility to suggest it, and that's their approach. And for what criteria is MAID suggested?
No, it's left up to the decision of the MAID provider, usually a physician, but I think practicing nurses, or there is some designation of nurses that also can provide MAID. Now the difference is this: in European countries where assisted dying is legal, the medical professionals are expressly prohibited from initiating the research.
I see.
In Canada, they're not.
In Canada, it's
encouraged.
Yeah, I mean the law is not the law is silent, and then CAMAP says that it is the professional responsibility of the healthcare provider to bring up MAID when they think it is right.
Well, I'm sure
So-
there's a professional disagreement on that in particular.
Yeah. So CAMAP is again another entity worth checking out. I hope somebody does an investigative piece on them, because they are registered as a charity. Almost all of their revenue is a government grant. So it's unclear as to what their standing is there. I don't think they have any official standing in the whole MAID regime, but they seem to be playing a significant role in expanding assisted dying. So it needs to be, it's worthy of an investigation.
So what can the average person do? I mean, I know people are going to be looking at screaming at their screens right now. They're going to be saying, "This is crazy. How did we get here? How do we stop this from happening?" People in other countries are looking at this and going, "Wow, this is being suggested by politicians in my area. How can I stop this from happening?" What can people do to try to thwart this?
It's a little bit late in the game, unfortunately. But as far as applying MAID to mental health cases, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is said flat out that if he is elected prime minister, then he will scrap that.
Okay.
So whatever part of the law there is, he will scrap that. But the greater concern is the non-RFND because that is where you get people being approved for hearing loss. Right?
Yeah.
Rupa Subramania, who writes for National Post, she documented a case of a young man who was nearly going blind and was approved by one physician. And then his mother found out, and then the whole case blew up. So the young man is thankfully still alive. He didn't go through with that. So, these are the cases where it's only popular pressure that is going to bring results. And that too, in my assessment, only after the government changes. I don't think the current government is in any mood to walk back on the expansion that
Well, the current government has really proved that they're not willing to walk back anything, even when it's largely unpopular. And the conservatives, well, we've seen in reports of things. They'll only do stuff when there's enough public pressure. They're not going to take a principled stance. Let's just say that on any of these topics. It's really just where things are comfortably with the consensus in public opinion. So if there's enough public opinion, this is why I encourage people, say your piece, put your opinion out there. Let people know if there are these polls, take them. It's annoying. Or you get a phone call at dinner time or whatever. Try to spend the time to actually put your public opinion out there. Because this is really the only thing that's affecting politics at this point. They don't really have any principles. It really is just, will they win the next election?
Yeah, but if conservatives act only when there is enough public pressure, then there is a vast improvement over the present situation.
That is true.
Where the government says nothing doing, whoever disagrees with us is an evil person. We know we are the righteous ones, and therefore so I would rather have a responsive government than an ideology.
Absolutely. I agree with you there. Darshan, is there anything else you want to add to this story before we go, and where can people find you as well?
Oh, I think we have covered all the bases here. This is, as I said initially, it's a multi-component story. And if anyone wants to read up in detail on, because there is a lot of digging that I did, and within the format of this chat, all those details may not necessarily be very relevant. But if someone wants to actually dig into this, go to my website, darshanmaharaja.ca. This is just one of the articles. There is no ridiculousness. But if you search with the term death spiral, it will bring you an article which contains links to all the 9 articles and a couple of podcasts that I made on that. Incidentally, there was a play in Calgary sometime last year, floating the idea as to whether assisted dying should be made mandatory at the age of 75.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I did a podcast on that.
Well, you have to send me the link so we can put it in the description down below, because I know just hearing that alone, people are going to freak out when they hear that.
Yeah, I sent the link to you. But this place you go with that, right? So
that literally is death nails. They're talking about death nails. That's crazy.
Yeah, and just because the play was written and produced and acted by seniors who are now thinking of their own situation, that is how they try to justify that is the media reporting.
It always starts with culture. That's how they like, playwrights and story fiction. That's how you introduce the ideas. So it's like, I was thinking that when you really were, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah, we were just starting a conversation. No, this is a conversation not worth having. Like, you cannot mandate people to die. See, there is this thing in human history where there has been a morbid desire to end other people's lives under one pretext. Even stoning a woman to death for adultery. It used to be in biblical times, but even today, unfortunately, it exists. So there is always this morbid obsession with ending other people's life because that is the ultimate sense of control. It's the highest intoxicant. So these guys floated the idea of making assisted dying mandatory at the age of 75. I hope the idea itself dies there. But yeah, that is the coming back. Death Spiral is my article, which gives links to all the articles and podcasts that I have done on assisted dying. And my website, of course, is darshanmaharaja.ca. On Twitter, I'm Theophanos Rex, that is THEOPHANESREX. That's right.
I'll make sure all those links are in the description down below. Thank you so much, Peterson.
So thank you for having this conversation, right? Because it's highly important.
Together, we can help keep your community fed. Spark change with Walmart.
Oh, come on.
It's important to recognize that every meeting with so many treating.
Do you want the government deciding what is disinformation and misinformation and possibly muzzling you in your free expression online? Here's why this is important. Because if you can't express yourself freely, you cannot hold government to account. Government will work in its own little vacuum, and you'll stay home and be a good little silent taxpayer. You don't want that. This is the Canadian Taxpayers Federation podcast, where we are fighting for lower taxes, less waste, and more accountable government.
What happened to your
I'm Christians. I'm in Lethbridge, Alberta. Two of my favorite human beings, Franco Terrazzano, our federal director, and Ryan Thorpe, our investigative journalist. They're under embassy in Ottawa. So this
happened in your head?
Says we care about affordability of the little people, like jetting around Canada and eating lobster. What is going on with these so-called affordability retreats by the cabinet, and why are we paying for them?
Well, I can take that one away. So basically, over the course of a single calendar year, from September 2022 to August 2023, the Trudeau government held three-day cabinet retreats across the country. All of these were kind of pitched to the public as we're getting serious about the affordability crunch that you're facing. We hear your concerns, we feel what you're going through. But thanks to some access to information records that we dug up, some other public records that the government has published, we now know that all told, they billed taxpayers for these affordability retreats.
Oh my God.
$1.3 million, or just a little bit under $1.3 million. So and I think actually where the story really might get people upset is in some of the details. So let me go into those. So the first one, in September 22, they went to Vancouver. The menu, we were able to get our hands on the receipts. The menu that they were dining on included filet mignon, grilled deep salmon, ceviche, prawn ravioli, key lime pie. So they were eating quite good while they were there, and all told, they billed taxpayers for $471,000.
What?
Then just a couple months later, in January 2023, this time we said, hey, we're going to go to Hamilton. They dropped $305,000, and this is just from records that we got from the Privy Council office. It's not even the total bill. It's $305,000 and counting. And this included, $32,000 on hospitality rooms, $20,000 on meals and incidentals, $50,000 on hotel rooms, $48,000 on meeting rooms. They had $26,000 worth of rental equipment, $71,000 worth of audio and visual services. And again, we got the menu. We saw what they were eating, and it was, lunch buffets, breakfast buffets. But my personal favorite, somehow over 3 days, they spent $3,493 on pop and juice.
Oh my God.
They spent $542 on potato chips and $240 on cookies.
What?
Which, yeah,
What?
that speaks for itself. And then August 2023, this time out
Girl
to
Scout
DEI,
fucking
they
group,
dropped
go fucking.
$485,000 on this 3-day retreat, almost $500,000, $100,000 worth of waterfront hotel rooms, and $75,000 in meals and general catering expenses.
Let me just jump in here for a second because Ron, you almost kind of buried the lead here, right? So they built all of these 3 cabinet retreats to Canadians as affordability retreats, right? We're gonna go talk to each other on how to make life more affordable for Canadians. And then they spent more than $1 million expensing the taxpayer for these 3-day retreats, right? Like, at the very least, they need to think about changing the name of these affordability retreats because certainly us Canadian taxpayers can't afford them. I mean, maybe they should do a retreat about stopping pissing away money. Of course, even that would probably cost us, dear taxpayers, hundreds of thousands of bucks. So, folks, they have these 3 cabinet retreats crisscrossing Canada, cost Canadian taxpayers more than $1 billion, more than $1 million, sorry. So, a couple things come to mind. Number one, me and Rod Guy, we're here in Ottawa. There's offices all around us. So it's just a shame they couldn't do some of these meetings in the office buildings over Zoom, which we're doing right now, to figure this stuff out. But number two, obvious, Canadians don't need you racking up more than $1 million on these so-called affordability retreats to make our lives more affordable. No. We need you to stop raising taxes that are making our lives more expensive. It's that simple. You don't need $1 million billed to the taxpayer to figure that one out.
For real, I just wanted to add on to that because some folks who haven't worked in government, they may not understand just how much they bloody well pay for it. So you guys are in downtown Ottawa. You're surrounded by government buildings. Okay, the taxpayer already owns them. They are already wired for sound and video. In some cases, hardcore encrypted, video conferencing, where they have to talk about important international stuff. It's surrounded by bars and restaurants. There are catering services that bring these politicians food. A good rule of thumb, especially for Ottawa politicians, is that if you see them traveling or eating, you're paying for it already. Even if they're in Ottawa, they're going to be charging you a per diem because they're away from their home riding, don't you know? So it just adds insult to injury for them at this time, where I literally see people putting canned tuna back on the shelf because they can't afford it. These are working people. So it adds insult to injury when they decide to take it upon themselves to solve the affordability crisis while eating fancy food in Charlottetown and Vancouver. And so it's really a rebellion to have, right? Yeah, and make through with the tap. It's one thing for them to use their $200K salary to wine and dine themselves. It's a complete other thing to go there, get these types of, filet mignon, the millionaire cut steak, a lobster tail, or whatever, and then send the bill back to the taxpayer. That's the thing that really irks me. That's right. And on top of this, so keep in mind, they're sending the tab to that hairdresser. They're sending the tab to the waitress, to the people working at the mall. And remember, it's this same government, folks, who will shake down those waitresses and those girls selling pants at the mall for their 50% employee discount. I'm not kidding. CRA will come after them and turn them upside down like a cartoon and shake them out for their toonies and loonies. Meanwhile, these cabinet ministers don't even bat an eye of traveling all over the place, spending your money and telling you to thank them for it. If folks are mad hearing this, you ought to be. You should phone your member of parliament, I don't care what party they're in, and you should tell them to knock this stuff off. Because it's not only a big waste of money, it's insulting to the average working person. Do you want to have a little bit of fun? Do you want to go to garden parties? Well, you did say restaurants. Funny you should set the stage. Simmer, set the stage. Okay, so garden parties happen typically, in my experience in Ottawa, at places like Storn Away or 24 Sussex. And so right now 24 Sussex is like under renovation. I think there's like tape around it or something. So there's Rideau Cottage. Quite often political leaders will hold these little soirees in the spring and summer, and it's called a garden party. So what is the latest on the garden party tab in Ottawa? What's going on?
Well, this particular garden party that we were able to get some records on, get the receipts, it was in June of 2023. It was at Rideau Cottage. This one was Trudeau organized it. Trudeau threw it. And this time he was hanging out with the Canadian media. Now, it's kind of, unfortunately, it's more of the same, kind of with those affordability retreats. It is people enjoying really nice food, good drinks, and then sending the bill to taxpayers. So all told, for this particular one-day media garden party event at Trudeau's place on Rideau Cottage, taxpayers were billed $11,651. But again, like the devil is in the details, so they ordered food from 4 of Ottawa's finest eateries. They had wines and craft beer shipped in. And one detail I particularly like, they had napkins emblazoned with gold lettering for this particular event. Food they were eating, it was fresh handmade pasta, tostadas, tacos, shrimp sliders, tuna tartare, and salted caramel and hibiscus passion fruit ice cream served in quote-unquote eco-conscious biodegradable containers. They washed it all down with a blonde ale or an IPA craft beer. And if you weren't with a beer drinking type, then they also had Sauvignon Blanc and Cabernet Sauvignon wines for everyone to enjoy. So it was quite nice. The news media that was in attendance, was people from CBC, journalists from the Globe and Mail, from the Canadian Press, from the Toronto Star, Global, CTV, so we had broadcast networks there as well. In addition to Trudeau and his political staffers, there was other political staffers there. There was various ministers there. Environment Minister Stephen Thibeault was on the guest list.
If you be the life of the party, I just gotta say, that guy seems like a lot of fun at parties, that dude right there. He must have a lineup.
I mean, the overall bill, it was about $1,300 on booze for that afternoon, and about $4,800 on the food, general catering. There were some other expenses, which is how the bill gets up to $11,651. And this particularly, someone who used to be in the news media, I'm sure you feel the same way, Chris. It drives me up the wall to hear about taxpayers, being put in the bill so politicians and journalists can, schmooze with each other and wine and dine at other people's expense. But I think the context here also really matters because this comes at a time when, the federal government is subsidizing the Canadian media, pretty much every major player in the Canadian media, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. So just a recap or a refresher from people, because it's quite tough to keep track of all the different ways tax dollars are being shoveled at the media these days. So last November, there was $129 million earmarked for the Canadian news media. Go back all the way to 2019, there was a $595 million newspaper bailout. There was the $50 million local journalism initiative. The industry got $60 million. So, all told, that's more than $240 million from the federal government. Not to mention $1 billion the CBC gets every year.
We're stuck. Oh. Let's just refresh all this. New stream. Where this chick at?